Alright. Hello everybody, and welcome to North American Challengers. We're on day 3 of the Split 2, week 6 of the main series here. And I'm a little bit late, and by a little bit late, I mean I missed the entire first map of the Disguised versus Oxygen matchup. Now, this is a big matchup because Disguised has made some big player changes. Most notably, Ye is now going to be that duelist player for Disguised. Steel, who was the previous duelist player, has switched over to that initiator role, and this is their debut match with this new team comp to see if Ye is going to be able to carry Disguised through to really push for this team. Now, they've also brought in another new player as well, in the form of Nerve, to take over the Sentinel role, as they've left a Ziff behind to pursue other career paths. I put that the nicest way possible. They fired him. So, this is a big match to see. You'll see right now we're on Disguised pick of Pearl, but they were just playing on Haven, which went 13-6 in favor of Oxygen. Now, Oxygen did pick that map, so, of course, they were expected to win. And this is a matchup I said could go either way, but I'm favoring Disguised in this matchup. I still agree with that, despite how badly they may have lost on Haven, because now we're going into Pearl, and it looks like Disguised is already winning. They've taken that pivotal 6th round, right, of course, as I come back. Good timing there. And what a 6th round means is that it's impossible for the enemy to gain the advantage going into the next half. Now, Oxygen definitely still has some good potential here to try and tie it up going into the next half, and they're going to be on a bye round here against a bye round from Disguised, and we'll see if Disguised can pull through. Again, Disguised has this new player of Ye, one of the top players in North America, won the best esports athlete in 2022 during the Game Awards, so you know he's a powerful player. And a lot of people could even consider him to be one of the best, if not the best. Last year was a really good year for him. He's had to come over to Disguised or a tier 1 or a tier 2 team in general. Cloud9 dropped him, likely due to economy and not being able to pay for him as a player. We've already seen Ye in this round find a good pick. Nerve, the other new player for Disguise, able to find that early pick as well. Finds another on Scuba, really going to lock down B site. Now it's just down to 2 left. The trades come through. Steel with the flank, going to be good for both of those final kills. Disguise has taken the advantage going to the next half, and they have some good momentum to make it an even bigger gap that they have. We'll see if they're able to. And really quickly, a quick announcement. I will not be releasing a highlights reel for this week just because of the amount of games that I have missed. I'm still on the fence of if I want to continue making highlight reels, because they just haven't been performing very well compared to the streams themselves. So that is a decision I'll think about making. But at least for this week, there won't be there will not be a highlight reel, unfortunately. But that's a topic for another time. Let's just continue to get into this one. We're looking at Clear. I'm sorry, Clear, yeah, Clear's on that Flex Initiator role, is what I was trying to say earlier. He was that duelist player, but as Ye did come in, they pushed him over to that Flex Initiator role. And I believe Exalt is a duelist player as well, and he himself was on that Flex Initiator role when he was playing for Disguised. So they're duelist players can typically switch into that Initiator role pretty confidently, and so we'll see if Clear can find his footing here. Oh, Mitch gonna take out Nerve. Now, this is a save round from Oxygen, so it should easily go to Disguised, and as I say that, Disguised executes beautifully on this retake. Verno and Scuba now gonna be left alone to play, try and watch that lockdown, but not going to be able to defend it. Although Verno does pick out Clear, so that does make the player count a little bit more even. And Ye whiffs on Scuba, and Verno comes in. Steel, though, just able to stick the spike. Nobody's going to stop him, and he's able to take out Verno and Scuba. Although it did not look like the numbers were there for Disguise, because they weren't. They did have that player disadvantage. Still able to just stick the spike there, barely, and even get away, killing the rest of Oxygen. Now, it was a save round for Oxygen, and they did a damn good job. They made it a very expensive round for Disguise, taking out all but one of those players. Now we're going to a full buy for both sides. Complete full buy. Full util, full shield. We rarely see this much of a buy, typically you'll see a lot of light shields to save some econ, especially from those teams that are coming off of a save round, but Oxygen just going to go to force an entire full buy here. Hopefully pull through. Now there's 2 ults for Disguise, 2 ults for Oxygen. I imagine we'll see the majority of them come out, although Steel just picked up that orb in the entrance to A, which means now 3 ults for Disguise to use, and it is a Caravan coming to help push out a main after getting that orb, and hoping to find an early pick. Not going to be able to. They get away with a trade. Definitely not what Disguise was looking for. And B is it's going to be difficult to defend. It's very under-defended right now. And so Gangsta has to back up, uses that Harbor ultimate, hoping to get some good vision as to where the players may be. They know one's Hall. They're watching it. Gangsta's hoping Pony will peek out. Pony doesn't, though. Already trying to hold this cross. Ooh, gets flashed. Does not see Steel. Steel going to be able to get that pick. Trying to get any of that util off of that spike. The Nanoswarm does come out. And now the Molly. And this post plant going to start to be played very strong here from Oxygen. They're just going to shoot through the smoke. They hear that spike getting tapped. They would like to prevent it from just being diffused. The Hunter's Fury comes through to defend the spike. The time is ticking down. This guy has to move. Yay, not going to be able to clutch a 1v3. And now that means Oxygen has made it 8-4 coming into this next half. Where now Oxygen's on the defense. Now, Pearl is not a particularly one-sided map, although I do think it tends to favor offense just a little bit, because it is a difficult rotate for the defense, but at the same time, it's not a super difficult rotate, so it is a pretty balanced map overall. And also there's an argument to be made that it's defense-sided as well, so I could say this map would go either way. I favor some of these teams a little bit more on offense, just because a lot of these teams do tend to have more powerful offense sides. Of course, Oxygen is one of those teams that tends to be a powerful offense-sided team, but in the first half of Pearl, not really able to pull through. They could definitely make a comeback. They have some really good potential here. These guys, though, fighting to not lose their debut match with this new team comp. Now, they haven't had a whole lot of time to practice with these players. Pony pushing up aggressively, looking for an early pick. Ooh, the util gonna be good as that drone does find Ye. As he tries to get away, Pony just gonna take him out. There goes that star duelist to help his guys try and push into these sites. The knife comes out mid, and it's gonna be good to get down that Killjoy for Oxygen. And now they know one is mid. Could possibly be a rotate. Do need to figure out how they want to play this. Now they hear that orb being grabbed. I think maybe they didn't hear it. Most likely did. Got 2 on B, 3 on A. Well, 2 on A. One actually now leaning back towards B. They don't know if this guy's rotated off or if they could be coming back. That is the question for them. But that wall from Harbor to start this push into A does alert Oxygen that they could be pushing in, and the Nanoswarm goes off accordingly to try and prevent the push in. And it does. Nobody's going to push in. There's 35 seconds left. Disguise has to start pushing as the time starts to tick down, and Disguise is able to take sight. The Nanoswarm going to prevent the plant in the default position. Now the turret comes out. That wall's still up, but when it does come down, the turret will help clear sight for Oxygen and give them some good vision for this retake. Now, there's not going to be a flank from Disguise. There's going to be 3 playing from Art, though, and 1 in main with that flash from the bird to try and do some damage. Steal. Clear, able to take out Scuba. Rustin takes out Gangsta in response, though, which means the player advantage is still going to be there for Oxygen. Verno finds that pick on Clear. Nerve able to take out Rustin, but again, those trades are not what Disguise can afford, and the trades continue to come through, which means that Disguise down a player gets finished off. Pony takes out Nerve. Not going to be able to clutch that 1v2, and Oxygen takes the first pistol round. That's going to be good for them to try and make a comeback here. Now, I've been excited to see Disguise play, knowing that they have so much firepower now in this roster. Nerve is a little bit of a lesser-known player, hasn't really done a whole lot of competition. But Ye, of course, everyone knows Ye. But again, I think this is a team that will get better as this Split 2 progresses, because Disguised, this roster has not had very much time to practice together. A lot of these other teams, and Oxygen, did not make any team changes, so they've been able to... That's not true. They did switch out one of their players. So they did have quite a bit of time to practice with that main core roster that they were able to keep, which does put them in a good position here in this matchup. Now, of course, off that pistol round, Oxygen gonna force. They're all gonna go for Bulldog Light Shield. We got Ye with the Marshall just looking for an easy pick, but the jump peek out, not gonna even be able to do any damage to Verno. And Verno gets away with no damage and the vision that the Jet is peeking B long, which doesn't really help Oxygen out because it's not a B push, but it does help them know that there's one leaning B just in case Ye goes for that lurk. Oxygen may be ready for it, but they are actually mostly rotating towards B. Oxygen may have been baited out after Ye was spotted. But Disguise is going A still. One coming in from main, looking to do some damage. A little bit of a bad rotate there. And now Disguise rotating off to back up Ye, looking the wrong way. Gonna get taken out by Verno there. Now Disguise, who was rotated off of Art, now going mid, trying to figure out if they want to pivot over to B, if they want to continue to push A. Nerve pushing into A does get spotted by Scuba, taken out, not looking the right way. Same thing happens to Rustin. Or sorry, same thing happens where Rustin can find a pick, because the players just aren't looking the right way. Disguise failing to clear any of these corners here. Really not a good look for them. And now Disguise, off that save, gonna be on a bye, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think that was a flawless round from Oxygen. Which means they're going to be in a really good spot here to at the very least do some good damage on this round, if not take the round win. We do see that all of this guy's going to be able to buy a good rifle, except for Steel going to have to go for that Guardian. Not necessarily what you want to see there. You see this guy's ready for the potential arrow coming out from Verno, but Verno's over on B. Should definitely be useful. There's actually only one on A, but this guy's not pushing fast enough is going to give time for Oxygen to rotate in. Yay, does jump peek out a little bit, trying to get some vision, sees that it's smoked off, and now they're backing up, especially after that knife detained them. They don't have any of their util to try and push in with. And now they're rotating, looks like maybe rotating back towards B or going mid. Looks like it's going to be a B push now, but Oxygen has read that. One benefit for the defense on this map is they can rotate decently fast. It's not the quickest rotation, but if you're in a good position or you're placing your players on that defense in a good place to rotate. Ooh, Pony gets shot very. Takes quite a bit of damage on screen. Not going to get cleared out by Ye. And Pony's going to find 3 off of that. Somebody needs to stop him. Ye takes out Rustin. It's going to lessen the blow a little bit, but still Pony on 4 HP. Not going to get taken out. Nerve able to take out Mitch, though. And now it's evened out in a 1v2. Pony's low. Ye finishes Pony off. And now it's a 2v1. Scuba all alone. But regardless of if Disguise wins this or not, Oxygen had an amazing round because this is their bonus. And they've already gotten the majority of these players. If Scuba can get any more, it'd be even better here. Not going to be able to. Gets denied. Nerf takes Scuba out. But now Oxygen in a really tough spot here. As they are... Or sorry, now Disguised in a really tough spot here. There you go. As that was a bye where they lost the majority of their players. So their econ not really going to be in a good spot. Oxygen going to be on a full buy. Disguise not going to be able to full buy here. Pony really pulled through on that round. And again, it was a win for Disguise. But Oxygen did such good econ damage in that round that it may not matter that it was a win for Disguise, as they're not really going to be able to full buy here. Look at Nerve, though. 18 kills. I mean, you don't want your Sentinel to be on top, but it's a good debut match for Nerve, is all I have to say. Debut match for Disguised Nerve. In North American Challengers here. Definitely a good pickup, it looks like, for Disguised. Although, yay, maybe not doing as good of that duelist play as maybe you'd like to see. But, of course, we're just getting started on this offense where maybe Ye will be able to shine through a bit more. The lockdown comes out with the Molly. That KO Molly going to be able to take it out. Molly does such good damage. The knives get traded out here, but Verno able to get away with a kill on clear, and now it's going to be a 4v5. And again, the gun disadvantage for Disguise will become very evident here as this round continues. And Disguise still has not backed out of B, but the Sova Dart gonna find 2, and now they know This guy still has not backed up. Yay, maybe looking for another pick. Oh, gonna be able to find it. So that evens it out. Not another pick, but a pick. It evens it out. It makes it a 4v4. And Disguised, looks like maybe they wanted to rotate, but now they're just trying to fake it. But Oxygen not buying it. Gonna stick on B. And now that smoke drops, and all cover has been dropped for Disguise, so now Oxygen knows that they're sticking it here. And Pony can start to rotate here through mid lane. Rustin able to take out. Yay, it's traded off, but then Scuba and Verno lock it down. Disguise not even going to have hope there. And again, that gun at disadvantage really became apparent there. As Oxygen was just able to pull through. Now Oxygen's comeback is looking pretty strong. And Disguise needs to figure out how they want to put a stop to this. Maybe they haven't been taking good enough advantage of mid. Maybe they need to be pushing quicker into these sites. That's one thing I've noticed. Oxygen pushes really, really quickly. Maybe we could see Disguised try, or they rotate really, really quickly. So maybe we could see Disguised try to fake a site, maybe send your Duelist and your Initiator in. It looks like maybe that's what they're doing on B with the Viper Util and then that Harbor Wall. Maybe hoping to bait out a rotate, but Oxygen not really rotating. Sort of just staying stagnant, but this guy's going to play passive here. Holding mid. Yay with those knives. We've seen Yay be very deadly with those knives, but if they push Art, I don't know if those knives will beat out the Operator on Pony. Pony's a pretty good Operator player. Really scary Jet as well. Yay, gonna hunt down and take out Rustin, going for the right click, but gonna be able to pick up a gun off of that, so it's a good choice there. Oh, Pony gonna get caught with the Frenzy. Doesn't get taken out, but down to just 10 HP. Pony gonna get a kill, though. Able to take out Steel. Clear takes out Verna, but straight off by Scuba. Scuba takes out Yay as well. And now the player advantage is going to be in the hands of Oxygen. Scuba able to find that Oxygen. Give him a little bit of boost. Maybe a Scuba Diver, but he's got no lack of Oxygen here. Now it's going to be a 2v3 for Disguise. Now Pony's down to 10 HP, but he's got that op, so it may not matter in a 1v1. And the light buy here for Disguise does put Nerve with just a Frenzy. Pony just going to hold CT here, hoping that Disguise will push, but they're not. Mitch, though, going to come for the flank from Art, and now, in response, Scuba comes through and shoots through that secret dugout wall, and win that round with a wallbang. 3 players left alive for Oxygen, although it looked like maybe Pony was going to get taken out. Not quite able to punish that. Nerve just whiffed with that Frenzy. Maybe he did a few more of those headshots. But from that range, it was definitely difficult for him. Pony was not taken out, and that early kill prevented any good push for Disguise, and the round goes to Oxygen, and now they're one round away from tying it up. And Disguise has been buying very, very weirdly here. It's been some light buys for some people, some force buys for some people, and that means that even though it's been a few rounds that they've had to try and recover this econ, because of the way they've been forcing weirdly, they're not going to be able to full buy here. It will be a force round here, so if they lose this, they will have to take a save, but it does mean Disguised gonna not have some good guns here. One of them has to stick with that Bulldog. See if Steel can still carry through with it. Pony watching A main. Gets spotted by the turret, has to take it out with that op. And Disguise just decides, alright, we're not gonna mess with that. Now they're running over towards B, although Nerve looking to lurk in mid. Lurking to lurk. Alright, and now Disguised getting ready to push into B. The bulk of the team coming through. Nerve still lurking in mid. Still no picks for either side. A little bit of damage to Pony off that turret earlier, but not a meaningful amount, so there's no real damage done to anybody. And the Harbor Util comes through. That Harbor ult. The Viper ult comes through. The Hunter's Fury going to be good to take out Gangsta. Meanwhile, Pony able to take out Nerve in mid. Disguise Steel, though. I did say he had a disadvantage with that gun, but it didn't seem to matter. He's able to find 2 kills. Takes a bit of damage on the way out, so he's down to 28 HP, but it will keep it even in a 3v3. Now the Cosmic Divide going to come out from Scuba, though. It will be difficult to utilize, though. Going to have to push through the Viper's Pit and the Snake Bites. Figure out how they want to do this. They're tapping it. Oxygen Pony gets spotted. Still no defuse coming through. The flashes come through and they're able to peek in. Verno able to find a pick. It's a 1v1. Doesn't have the health clear. Just finishes Verno off. The reload not going to come through in time for Verno. And Disguise, by the skin of their teeth, does secure that round and prevents Oxygen from tying it up. That being said, the econ for Oxygen is pretty solid. Disguise did not have very good econ going into that round. They do win the round, but because they lost all but one of their players, they're not going to be able to full buy here. They're going to have to do some awkward econ management into this round. Maybe force again, because that wasn't even necessarily a full buy from Disguise. It was a little bit of a force. Again, we saw Steel have to get 2 of those kills with a Bulldog. Oxygen taking a timeout. They don't want to choke this round momentum that they have, or this econ momentum they have. They're in a really nice and well-defined spot to try and make a comeback here. Although they went into this half with a 4-round disadvantage, now they're only at a 2-round disadvantage. So Oxygen can take this timeout, find whatever holes Disguise was able to take advantage of. I mean, Disguise did have to use 2 of their ultimates in that round to secure it. But at the end of the day, Disguise is up rounds. So it's not the end of the world that they have to use ults there. And if Disguise can play well, they may just be able to continue to find their way through and maybe push off of that round win, maybe force here and try and get another round. We'll see what does end up happening, and it will be a force. But again, Disguise needs as many players alive as possible in order to get some good of that, some good econ momentum that we see Oxygen has been able to build up. If Disguise can start to get that built up, they may be able to start pushing through here. Disguise just needs to get 2 more, and they can secure. If they can secure that 12th round, they can rest easy, knowing that at the very least, Oxygen has to go to overtime. But it's gonna be difficult for Disguise. We've seen them start to struggle just a little bit here. Now, Disguise is playing a little bit weirdly here. It's definitely something they must have talked about in that timeout. They're doing a 2 push through B, and they're going aggressive. And I imagine it's to bait out Oxygen, who they know likes to rotate pretty quickly. Mitch shooting through the smoke. He's been pretty heavily smoked off. Inferno not going to be able to peek out either, so they don't know exactly how many are coming into B here. The knife tells them it's only 2. They don't know how many could be played back, but now that spike, a good pick there, gets the spike down on A, so now Oxygen knows where to turn their attention, but it doesn't matter. Because Clear and Ye lock down B, and now they've gotten some good picks. Pony, though, coming in for the flank, going to be able to find a pick for Oxygen, maybe try and even it out a little bit, but it's a 3v2 for Disguise. Pony looking to find another pick on those, maybe coming through mid, but not going to be able to. That spike still is not down because Oxygen able to get that spike down early, able to secure it. Ooh, Scuba going to be there to trade it off, and now it's a 1v1. Can Scuba take out El Diablo? No 1v1. He's not going to be able to. Yay, wins the 1v1. And Disguise, now on a 2-round win streak, has 3 rounds up on Oxygen. They just need 2 more to secure this map and get it to that 3rd. Although Disguise did look shaky on that first map, looked a little bit shaky coming into this half. Could this be the start here? It looks like that timeout that Oxygen took may have been more of a benefit for Disguise than it was for Oxygen, as it did sort of start to look like Disguise needed to start to figure something out with how they wanted to replay themselves. And that round was actually executed pretty well, other than, you know, losing the spike down early. That's definitely not what they wanted to see, but it was still executed well. And now Disguise knows that it's a save here from Oxygen, or at least not going to be at a full buy. And if they can get some of that confirmation, if one of Oxygen's players can fire their gun, Disguise will know it's a save for them, and then they can start to push a little bit. Take advantage of that, but Pony with the Sheriff pushing through mid, gonna take out Ye. He does not care that Ye is a tier 1 player. He says, alright, yeah, but so can I. Takes Ye out mid, and now Oxygen has taken the player advantage. Now it's still a save round for them, and they weren't able to pick up that gun. Which means the gun advantage is still going to be very prevalent for Disguise, but the player advantage could be lead in the way, give Oxygen a little bit of leeway to help try and push here. They don't clear it. Mitch able to get the drop there. Clear finally trades it off, but damage is already done. Mitch is good to trade there because Disguise is down players. You can't really afford trades when you're down players. Silver Dart comes through, it's destroyed, so lack of vision there, but they do know that some are pushed out. Clear is low on health, and Rustin with a classic. Gonna be able to take advantage of it. Now it's a 2-player advantage for Oxygen. And although they've been at a severe gun disadvantage this whole time, they may be able to secure it. Now they know Gangsta's coming in through, or sorry, Nerve is coming in through mid, or they know one is coming in through mid, and Nerve able to take out Rustin, but at the same time, the flank comes in, and Nerve now gonna have to play a 1v3, not gonna be able to do it, the debut match for him. It would have been nice for him to find that clutch there, but not quite gonna be able to do it, and that's a good round for Oxygen. Gonna be able to pick up 2 guns off of that. And that was a save round for them, and they just secured a win, so it boosts their econ pretty heavily, which means they're going to be able to be on a pretty good full buy here. Although we do see Pony actually going to go for a save. Feeling good with that share. Oh, no, he does pick up a Vandal. Now Disguise going to go for a save, and they're going for a pretty intense save. You see 2 of them going for Classics. 3 of them going for Sheriffs. Now we know Ye can be deadly with their Sheriff, but we haven't really seen him do it yet in this matchup. I mean, it's been a minute since he's played in Pro, but definitely a little bit disappointing from him. But maybe Disguise just hasn't been doing a good job of enabling him so far. I did miss that first map. I don't know exactly how it went, other than that it didn't go in their favor by a lot. And now, again, save round here for Disguise. That being said, Oxygen just won one of their save rounds, so maybe Disguise can do the same. We'll see. Yeah, gonna actually push connector here. And Rustin backs up. Now Ye actually gonna push through connector and start to challenge B-Link. Steel is left to watch that connector entrance through water, but nobody pushes it. And that means Disguise is able to completely push here through B-Link, and I don't know if Oxygen will be ready for it, as they've stationed 4 near A, and have left B pretty much entirely open. This guy's just going to be able to push in as Mitch is in CT in that upper position. Not going to be able to really get any vision at all. And this spike's going to be able to go down. Oh, Gangsta! Not only is he flushed out with the molly, but he's finished off by Mitch. And that plant's not going to go down. And that's pivotal because now Oxygen has had time to rotate. And although this spike will likely still be able to go down, maybe not, though. Mitch takes out Ye. Steel and Clear each find a pick, but there's 10 seconds. They need to do something. Pony finds a pick. Nerf finds one of his own. Pony finds another, though, and that means it's not going to be even Nerf blinded. Still going to be able to pick up the spike, but Pony not going to let him plant. Goes to punish it, takes out Nerf, and this round goes to Oxygen. Now it's a save round from Disguise. They got the majority of the players down from Oxygen. I'd say that's decent, especially knowing that the econ wasn't super stable there for Oxygen, but they're still going to be able to full buy with full shield here. And it's going to start to look a little bit scary for Disguise. As we push forward here, this guy's definitely going to be worried, and now they're taking a timeout. Now, we saw Oxygen take a timeout earlier, and it actually looked like Disguise, after that timeout, played a little bit better. They were able to secure a round there, but then they haven't been able to win any rounds since that, so now they're taking a timeout of their own. Now, when you call a timeout, your opponent also gets to take a timeout at the same time, so they get to talk to their coach and re-strategize, and that's what I thought had happened for Disguise, where they'd been able to talk and talk over those things, so I expected maybe they'd start to pick it up a little bit more in this half. But now we've started to see not that happen. Now, what I will say is Nerve is actually playing really, really well. This is his debut match with Disguise, and he's top fragging right now. You'd expect maybe Ye would be that top frag with how much firepower we know he can have. But again, it should be said, Disguise has not had a whole lot of time to practice with this team comp. Ye was only announced, I believe, 2 weeks ago. And I don't think they were able to start practicing until that announcement. I imagine around that exact same time they started practicing with Nerve, as Ziff was announced to be being kicked off around that same time. But yeah, it is interesting just to see exactly how these players are playing. Again, Nerve playing pretty well for Disguise, but he's that Sentinel role. Him fragging well is not really going to do a whole lot for your team. You don't really need your Sentinel to be fragging well necessarily. You know, in order for your team to be doing well, you want some of those Duelist and Initiator roles to be doing better. And this guy's definitely lacking in that area. Definitely got to be disappointed about that. What is interesting is that Steel and Gangsta have switched positions. Typically, Gangsta will be on that Initiator role, but Steel going for it this time. That Recon Initiator role.
It's going to be interesting what happens here with Pony because he holds long B control. They go B
And
lane,
now,
he could maybe
Oxygen,
backstab them, but then
sorry,
clear
Disguise,
the
getting ready to
flank.
push
So
once again through
significant
Connector.
interaction that could play out.
As they've been able to take mid control pretty much every round. Now, they haven't been able to take very good advantage of that mid control, but now that they have that lockdown up, it looks like they're looking to take advantage of that mid control. And they decide to send that lockdown, and they're hoping it'll bait out Oxygen, but it doesn't. Oh, but the whiff from Verno not going to prevent the push through Art. Does good damage to Gangsta, though, but it's not going to be enough to stop the plant, but the Nanoswarm will finish Gangsta off there. Now Steel down to 7 HP. And Mitch should be able to wallbang. He is, and nobody's going to return that fire. The counter lockdown has gone out. Mitch going to aggress, prevent that plant. There's 5 seconds left. The lockdown's going to come out. There's no time to plant. It's going to Oxygen this round, and they're going to be able to tie it up. Pony with the flank as well, going to take out Scuba. Or sorry, Clear. Now it's down to Nerve. Not going to find any more picks. Well played there from Oxygen to tie it up. And although it looked like Disguise could have been able to get to that 12th round, especially when we saw that Oxygen was on that save.
Again, phenomenal utility uses defensively here from Mitch. As well as, of course, the Killjoy along his side. Certainly helped out in that situation in the form of Rustin.
There are 3 ults for Disguise to use here. Now, whichever team wins this puts themselves in a really good spot. But at the same time, Disguise is actually going to be saving here, which means they're not going to be able to probably win this round. So they're hoping that next round they'll really be able to pull through. But that previous round was really disappointing. They used the lockdown there, and they could have just pushed into B, but they decided to try and bait it out. And Oxygen did not give in. They did not rotate off of A. That was really poor decision-making from Disguise off that timeout. That Oxygen was able to read that so well. Pony watching long. Now, a lot of these Disguise players have those stingers, so it's going to be difficult to play long here. But yay, going to have those knives to try and push in here. Does get shot a little bit through the smoke, but not going to matter too much until that knife comes through to deny those knives of Ye's own. But the Viper's Pit comes out. Ye going to be able to take out Verno. The shoot through the smoke going to take out Ye. He's going to be able to find that pick. So now it's going to be a 4v4. It is interesting that Disguise chooses to use this Viper's Pit here, knowing it's a save round for them. But it's also going to be so difficult for Oxygen to play here. Gangsta going to get the drop on Mitch. Nobody going to be able to punish him. Meanwhile, the Nanoswarm from Rustin going to be good to take out Steel. Oh, Gangsta once again gets another drop, able to take out Rustin. Scuba going to be there to trade it off, which means it's going to be kept at 2v2. Clear going to take out Pony, who pushes right into him. And then Clear turns to take out Scuba. And this round goes to Disguise. Now they've secured that 12th round. Oxygen 1 round away from overtime, but Disguise in a position to win it off of a save round win. They're going to be on a full buy. Oxygen's econ should be in a place to full buy. They may not be able to get full shield with that buy. So it will be a little bit iffy here. Pony going to have to go for the knives. So the econ advantage going to actually be in the hands of Disguise here. And Disguise using their second timeout. They've used 2 in this half. Now you do get more timeouts in overtime. That's important to say. You get another additional timeout in overtime. So you don't have to conserve your timeouts here. However, we don't usually see a team use their timeouts so frequently after each other. But I guess after that initial timeout that Disguise took, they didn't really see a whole lot of what they wanted to see as far as changing the way that they were playing. And so they've decided to take a timeout here to figure out how they want to approach this buy round. Because obviously the way you play on saves is much different than the way you play on buys. And although they did take that save round win, you can't really do that again. Plus, they don't have a Viper's Pit to use this round. They have no ultimates, and they're not close to any, so it's doubtful we'll see any of those ults come up. Ye gonna go for the Operator, though. That'll be interesting to see, and see how that does end up coming out here. And Pony on those knives will also be interesting to see.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is a big situation here for DSG.
We'll see how Disguise figures out how they want to play this. They are 1 round away, but regardless of if Disguise wins this map, although, no, if Disguise does win this map, we'll be looking at a really close match on Pearl, which does not bode well for Disguised. going into Ascent. Although we know Disguise has a really strong Ascent game, we also know Oxygen's Ascent is decently strong of their own. So it'll be a pretty evenly matched bout. Although I think maybe Disguise could play better on Ascent than on Pearl, but so will Oxygen, I imagine. So I'm worried, even if Disguise can take the win here, how it'll look on Ascent.
They just kind of faked it and stayed back on a B stack. Now they're having to start kind of breaking free, start defending B link and A side a little bit.
Now this operator on Ye gonna be good to try and clear some of these corners, and he makes his presence known, taking out that turret. And now Disguise backs up. They know Oxygen might rotate off of that turret going out, so they start a really quick rotation here. Pony pushing up B main though, gonna catch Clear, not quite gonna be able to take him out. Now he's just gonna back up. And the heal is gonna come through as well, so Clear gonna have a small amount of shield. Won't matter though. Pony with a head tap on Clear, peeking out from Hall means Disguise gonna be at a player disadvantage this round. All Pony has is a stinger if he runs out of knives, but he was able to land that first initial kill, which does put him in a good spot, but Ye gonna take him out. Verno takes out Steel, but Nerve takes out Mitch at the same time, so it's gonna be kept an even player count. This plant is going down, and the Hunter's Fury looking to deny the plant. Not gonna be able to. The plant does go down, but Scuba and Verno each get a kill off of that, so that leaves Nerve alone in a 1v2. Scuba gonna take Nerve out, and we're going overtime, baby, as Oxygen able to secure that 12th round. As Oxygen is able to secure that 12th round, it's going to start to look dire for Disguised. Coming off of that timeout, looking to secure that 12th round, weren't able to. Again, now we're going to this overtime. And this whole time, Disguised has been looking rocky. This is not what you want to see from a team that just signed one of the best esports players. I mean, they literally won Esports Athlete of the Year. This is not what you want to see from a team that contains that player. Now again, I will say it again, it has not been that much time where Disguised has had to practice. They have not been able to practice for very long. That's no excuse, though, with how poor Disguised has been performing, or for how poor Disguised has been performing. You definitely want Disguised to be doing just a little bit better here.
Yes.
That wall comes through. Now now Oxygen on the offense, coming into A here. The operator's been picked up by Ye, but that means no shield. Will he be able to find a pick with it? Let's find out. Not quite. Is Owl gonna spot him? So he backs up there. Not gonna be able to find a pick with that, but Oxygen, knowing that the operator's been picked up in overtime, decide to back up and not PK. Looks like they're gonna start rotating towards B. Now there's gonna be a solid Killjoy util to lock down B through mid with that turret, but it does get smoked off. And that Nanoswarm util that Nerf has put down on B will not be pushed head on by Oxygen unless they push through main. But it looks like Oxygen actually not going to be going to B. As they start to do a little bit of a split, you know, probing through B main, probing one through mid. Oxygen just trying to get a feel for how this will go for them. Mitch sending a flash out on B, hoping to bait out Disguised. But it doesn't really do a whole lot as Disguised looks like maybe they've been baited out, but now they're just running right back over to A. And Ye with the operator are going to find the pick on Pony. Looking for another. Rustin with the flank, going to be able to take out Steel, but Clear going to take out Scuba and Rustin, and now it's a 4v2 for the remaining Disguised players. Make it look easy as Ye finds the op pick on Verno, and Clear with the headshot takes out Mitch. He wants to make it evident that, yeah, sure, Ye took over the duelist role, took my role that I was playing before, but that doesn't mean I'm not still a solid player. Out-fragging Ye, even, on Viper. And again, this is not the order of frags that you want to see, where you have that Sentinel on top, then a controller, and then the duelist. Typically, you want to see that duelist on top. But we also know that Jet players, you know, they tend to go for that operator, which does lead to you know, a little bit of those less kills that can sometimes end up being picked up, or can end up being picked up by the other players on the team, which may be what we're seeing here. Yay, not going to go for an operator on this offense this time around. They secured the first round of offense. Now, both teams actually had a better defense than they had offense. So, Disguised just needs to break through the Oxygen defense here. But Verno getting that early pick on clear may make it difficult. But Disguised, once again, and we've seen this time and time again, has taken mid control. And now they're pushing into connector through B-Link this time. Typically, they go through Art. Rustin pushed up, going to be able to take out Yay. It's a trade, but Disguise can't really afford trades. They're down a player. It's like I always say, you cannot afford a trade when you're down a player. Disguise looking to push through B-Link. Going to get warded off by that arrow. Now they're starting their push. But it looks like Oxygen may be ready for it. Nerve is going to be left alone to lurk in Art, while Disguise figures out how they want to approach this. There's 35 seconds left. They got to start deciding what they want to do. They're actually not going to push through B-Link. Now they're running to Art because Nerve has taken site. Nerve getting ready to try and take over this site. And they don't know Nerve is there. But it doesn't matter because Mitch is going to win that exchange. And now Disguise down in a 2v4. The spike has gone down. We've seen Disguise struggle to get that spike down. But now that it's down, maybe Disguise can play this post plant. We'll see. Sova Arrow, which could have been good to help with some wall bangs or early engagement, not going to be there. But Pony taking out Gangsta, going to leave Steel in a 1v4. 67 health, not really going to be able to do anything as the entirety of Oxygen pushes him. And this round goes to Oxygen, and we're moving to another round of overtime. And Disguised really struggling here to really maintain this map. I mean, it's their map pick. You'd hope that they could really lock it down, knowing that they have this really loaded team comp. And we're just not seeing it come through. Now, again, both of these teams played better on their defense than they played on their offense. We see Oxygen taking a timeout. Now, I believe both teams get an extra timeout to utilize in overtime, and I could be wrong about that. I'm not entirely sure on the rules. I should probably just read them, but I haven't. But to the best of my knowledge, each team does get another overtime to use another timeout to use in overtime. Oxygen calling their timeout here. Because, again, both of these teams had a better defense than they had offense. So it's up to whichever team can really push through on their own offense to win the overtime. That's really going to be the team that can lock it down. And it's looking like both of these teams struggled on their offense in the first round of overtime. We'll see how this ends up. Now, it should be said, I already said it, but I'll say it again. When one team takes a timeout, both teams get to take a timeout. So both teams get to talk to their coach, re-strategize. So Oxygen takes their timeout here thinking that they need to use it, but that does mean Disguised also has an opportunity to discuss anything they feel like they need to discuss. And we saw them in the second half use 2 overtimes. So you know they definitely feel a little bit shaky about how they've been performing on Pearl. And obviously if it's been kept this even, you know they're not doing the best that they possibly could. And, you know, a lot of people are, like, expecting Ye to really carry Disguise, but it's up to the rest of the team to enable Ye to do well. We'll see if the team can do that. Now, Gangsta's picking up an Odin. We'll see how that ends up being played. Oh, Pony gonna take a little bit of damage there from the Nanostorm as he's trying to entry onto this site. Now, Ye did have that operator, but he's stationed over on B. Oxygen actually gonna back out. Pony does get sort of warded off with that Nanostorm, but now it looks like they're gonna go for a bait. And it may be good. Although that dog does get taken out early, so Disguise decides not to send the majority of their players over towards B, which means Oxygen is going to be pushing into 3 here that are locking down A. We'll see how Oxygen does decide to play this. Mitch able to take out Clear. Not entirely sure why Clear was just rocking back and forth with that Viper molly, that snake bite, but does get taken out, punished for it. Pony able to take out Steel as well. Takes quite a bit of damage himself, but may not matter. Gangsta able to punish Pony, take him out, finish him off. Mitch takes out Nerve, but Disguised, Yay, gotta find that pick with that operator. And Oxygen knows that operator is out, but they also have that spike down, so they don't need to push and try and get it down anymore, because it's already down. Mitch able to take out Gangsta, and that leaves Ye alone in a 1v3. Now, we know Ye is very clutch in these situations, but gonna just try and push it with an operator, and not able to peek 2 angles at once. Scuba Gonna be able to take him out from behind, and Oxygen has pulled through on their offense. That's what I said. Both teams had a shaky offense, and both teams did better on their defense. So the fact that Disguise struggled on their defense that round, and Oxygen was able to take their own offense, doesn't bode well for Disguise, who now needs to pull through on their own offense if they would like to keep this overtime going and have a chance of winning this series and this matchup. It looks like Disguise going to be pushing into A to start it off here. And one thing Disguise has been good at in this entire matchup against Oxygen is taking mid control. They've really taken good, effective mid control. They just haven't utilized that mid control very well. But this time around, it looks like Oxygen wants to challenge mid. Although now they're backing off of that once again. Now Disguise coming out, pushing into A here. It looks like they may be committing here, instead of just testing the waters. But Oxygen, Rustin, mostly going to defend that site. Able to find 2 kills. Pony gets away with 1 before being taken out. Which means that Disguise now has to play a 2v4. And it's looking like Oxygen may be able to take this second map and make it a 2-0 to start off split 2 for them. Disguise, who was looking for a really good debut match for Nerve and Clear, may not be able to pull it through. Or sorry, for Nerve and Yay, may not be able to pull it through. It's down to Nerve and Clear in this round, but the spike's not in their hands. 35 seconds left. The smoke's about to drop. Clear is spotted. Sees Rustin, though. Now they're trying to punish. So Rustin just backs up without doing very much damage to Nerve and Clear. Spike does need to be picked up here. Verno going to be able to take out Clear. Nerve left alone. Gets flashed in a 1v4. Not going to win that. Mitch takes Nerve out in Disguise. Has secured... Or sorry, Oxygen, my bad, has secured this series. It's a 2-0 win for them to start off split 2. And it looks like they're back in it with just as much fighting and firepower as we saw them have both in mid-season and in split 1. And it doesn't look like this new group is going to phase them very much at all, as they do take that 2-0 victory over Disguised. You gotta be disappointed. Yay, now in Tier 2 competition. We haven't seen him in Tier 2 competition in a while. And, well, he wasn't able to carry his team. But again, like I said, it's up to Disguised to enable their duelist. And, Oxygen just did a really good job of denying any of that enabling that they were hoping they could get for Yay. And that does put Disguise with their first loss, and it's a 2-0 loss, which definitely not a good record to start it off with. It's not the end of the world. Hopefully next week they can maybe pick it back up. And again, Disguise did not have very much practice time, and that could have led to a little bit of a slower loss here, or a harder win for them, not having as much practice time, as they did not start practicing until Yay was announced. And Nerve wasn't announced until a few days later. So they've only had about a week of practice, maybe a little bit less than that, or maybe a little bit more. I don't know the exact timing of everything. But yeah, it hasn't been very long for Disguise. So I imagine there's a lot of potential here, and they'll probably show that potential throughout Split 2 and probably get better. But, you know, I wasn't anticipating Disguise being completely carried by Yay to start it off. I sort of knew it was going to take some getting used to. It was going to take some working around. But, that being said, let's move in to our next series of the day. And it will be G2 Esports versus OR Esports. We can go ahead and close that. So it's going to be G2 Esports versus OR Esports. Now, these are two teams that are... Honestly, it's going to be a pretty open and shut case. A lot of the matchups this week, or a lot of the series this week, everybody sort of knew what the outcome was going to be. The Disguised Oxygen the Disguised Oxygen match, not mask, was a little bit of a of one of those matches where we didn't necessarily know where it was going to go. But you look at this and you go, all right, G2 versus OR. G2 was able to place second in the mid-season invitational. Right now, they're third overall. OR currently has a flawless losing streak. They have not won a single series at all. Like, in the entirety of North American Challengers so far, since they made it here to challengers, they have not won a single match. They didn't win any in Split 2. They weren't invited to mid-season, so we didn't get to see them there. And now we're coming, or sorry, in Split 1. I am messing up my talk or what I'm saying so much right now. But anyways, OR. What I'm trying to say is OR is looking pretty bad, to put it bluntly. They did make some player changes, so we can go ahead and take a look at their team here. It's a little bit of a strange situation because we don't necessarily know exactly who those new players are going to be. We just know that they don't have some players right now. I'm going to see if I can pull up the if they've announced those players yet, but it doesn't look like they have necessarily. Let me see. I don't think they have on the Twitter, and I don't see anything on Valor.gg yet. So this is one of those rare cases where I don't know if there are any changes that we're aware of yet. Unless I am just completely oblivious to some news I should have heard elsewhere. I don't think we know who's playing for OR yet. I mean, yesterday it still said they had 4 of their roster, their initial roster from Split 1, but they now have only 3 of their initial roster from Split 1. So I don't know exactly who they're subbing in here or who they've decided to sign. It's a little bit of a last minute switch here. Maybe they were just waiting to announce it or something. But we'll see these new players, or maybe they're just they just wanted to make it look like they were switching out players, and it's just going to be the same players again. I don't know. So it will be interesting to see if OR will be able to put up a good fight against G2. Honestly, if there's a game to bet on, it's this one. You should just immediately bet on G2 winning, because although OR is a team that made it to Challengers, so surely they have some potential, they haven't really been able to show any of that. And they haven't really been able to pull through on any of that. So, I don't know. I'm not anticipating a win here from OR. I think there's a very small chance that OR takes the win here. I'd say like a 10% chance. Unless G2, like, completely, like, I don't know. G2 would be needing to have all of their players sick, and it has to be a disqualified because they don't have enough players to play. I think that is the only situation in which OR is able to get a win here, and even then, it's not even really a win. It's just a it's a DQ, so it doesn't really count. I think that's the only way OR wins, and I'm not saying this just to like hate on OR. I think they've got some potential. Like I said, clearly they have some potential. They made it to mid-season, so they've got something. Or sorry, not to mid-season. They made it to Challengers, so they've got something. They've got something there. Maybe they've got some potential, but they just really haven't been able to show that. Now they've had a really long week. A lot. What am I saying? A really long break. I am going through it right now. Apparently, OR has had a really long break because a lot of these teams. I mean, the majority of the teams you're going to see, or you've seen this week already, were in mid-season face-off. Okay. Now only 4 of the teams you've seen this week, or you're going to see this week, weren't in the mid-season face-off. Those teams were Shopify Rebellion, Turtle Troop, Mad Lions, and OR Esports. And the reason that we didn't see them in mid-season is because they just performed too badly in Split 1. So OR has had a really long break. A lot of these teams that played in mid-season only had a 3-week break. Still a good amount of time in between, but it isn't, it's not a whole... it's not a really, really large amount of time, right? Is what I'm trying to say here. Versus OR and these teams who didn't qualify, who had, I think, a 5-week break. So it's been just over a month of time that they've had to practice since Split 1 ended. So, coming into this, they should be, kicking it into overgear, or overdrive. They've had so much time to refine their skills, figure out what they did wrong. So you'd expect these teams to maybe be able to push through. But we already saw Shopify Rebellion take the loss to TSM. They put up a really good performance. They took it to a 3rd map, but they did take the loss. Same with Turtle Troop, although they were against M80, if I remember correctly. So there wasn't really a whole lot of... it was against M80, so there wasn't really a whole lot of hope for them. Mad Lions, maybe they could have put up something against I believe Moist Moguls, but Moist Moguls destroyed them. I mean, it wasn't even fun to watch how badly Moist Moguls just dominated over Mad Lions there. Of course, if you're a Moist Moguls fan, you were probably having a good time. But 26 rounds won out of 33 total rounds is insane. They've got a plus 19 round differential, meaning they only lost 7, they won 26, so the difference there is 19. That's a really good start, is all I have to say. The map differential is what matters at first, but if the map differential is tied, then the round differential will come into play, and it's a good start for Moist Moguls. And they really made a statement. They're like, all right, you know what? Yeah, Mad Lions is a team that nobody's expecting to do well, and we're here to show it. And they really, really did. And they started off this split 2. But what I'm trying to say is Mad Lions, who was a team who did not do well in split 1, is akin to OR Esports, who also did not do well in split 1. So what I'm trying to say is, although these teams have had a lot of time to play and practice, it seems like these teams didn't use that time effectively. So I don't think OR is going to make that difference here. And Mad Lions and OR Esports actually did play each other at the end of split 1, and OR still lost. So they lost to one of the worst teams in North American Challengers, and that really shows you how poor OR has been performing in Challengers. They just aren't on par with these tier 2 teams. They just really have not been able to put up that equal level of performance maybe you'd hope. And I don't really, there's not a whole lot to talk about other than how poor OR is performing. Now, again, if we do find out who these players are going to be, obviously, I'm not, super into the news. I don't spend all my free time looking at esports news outlets to, see what the new updates are or, who is coming in and out. I just know, the stuff that comes over here. And from what we have here in the latest reports from Valor.gg, it's not anything about the new players that are coming in. Now, obviously, OR isn't going to pull a disguised and get some really crazy pro players to sign, which honestly, I think that's what OR would need to have hope of making it to playoffs, because at this point, I don't know who they could bring in who would be able to clutch it up for them and get them to playoffs, because it looks abysmal so far. And again, they've had so much time to practice. Maybe they're going to prove me wrong. Maybe they're going to shock everyone and really pull through. But against against G2 Esports, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think this is going to be the game where OR is going to be able to, say, yep, we've really changed things up. Maybe if it was against Mad Lions or maybe, I don't know, FaZe Clan or these teams that maybe aren't as powerful of teams, or may be able to take a win. But when it's against a team like G2 Esports, number 3 right now overall, went number 2 in the midseason faceoff, I don't think there's any hope for OR. I just don't. Like I said, if there's a match to bet on, it's this one. You would almost certainly win some money if you bet that G2 would win. And, we could expect an even more dominant performance than we saw from the Guard against FaZe. I mean, most likely we will. FaZe is a decent team. At least they should be. But, we may even see G2 get a better round differential than Moist Moguls did against Mad Lions. We may see a really dominant performance here from G2. Because I don't know what OR could possibly do to switch things up. I genuinely don't. I mean, again, maybe they could. I don't know. I just don't. Unless they've brought in they've bought out Tens and I don't know, brought in Shazam, and they actually bought out Ye, got him on the team too, even though Tens and Ye play the same role. They've really switched everything out. They've gotten these top players from all the tier 1 teams and brought them in. That is the only way I think OR would have a chance against anyone in this group, or against most people in this group, but especially against G2. So yeah, I could talk all day about how it's probably not going to go their way. But there's really just not a whole lot to talk about. I'd be stalling the whole time. So what we can do is we can do a little bit of rank duel just to kill a little bit of time and pass some time in between these matches. What I do want to do really quickly before we do that, though, is talk about that match we just saw with the Disguised and my brain stopped functioning. Disguised and Oxygen, because I think there is a lot to unpack there. Although it's easy to look at that and go, all right, another 2-0 loss for Disguised. This is their third 2-0 loss in a row, maybe even their fourth, if I'm not mistaken here. Let me see. It's their third. So it's been a rocky road for them. Midseason did not go well at all. They got knocked out pretty much immediately, and it was very clear they had some major role issues. Having subbed in Riku, who played the same role as Ziff, they had to move those players around. It just didn't look good. And now that Disguise has brought in Ye, it was sort of, it was even my mentality that maybe Ye was going to change everything. Maybe Ye was going to come in and it was going to change everything. But it doesn't look necessarily like that's the case. But before I can analyze that match or this series or start analyzing, it looks like we're going to have the player interview or the in between series interview where they're going to interview one of those Oxygen players, and it's the new one. So let's go ahead and take a listen to hear what these questions are and what they have to say.
Way to show up in your first official in a couple of months.
Thank you. It was a good couple weeks to prepare, so it wasn't just dry. Thank goodness.
I was actually going to ask you about that. You've been an assistant coach basically since that academy roster kind of absorbed into the main roster. Verno came along, you moved into the assistant coach role. How much time did you have to get into form for this? Like, when did the decision come down that you were going to be playing today?
Well, I think probably about 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I had a good 3 weeks to prepare because when I did move to the assistant role.
Yeah, and this is one of the big differences between Oxygen and Disguise coming into this. They did have that player change, but Disguise had a really solid Oxygen had a really solid amount of time to practice with their new team comp, whereas Disguised sort of had to rush into it. They've only really had a week to practice and do some scrims. And although Nerve put up an impressive performance, you could definitely tell there was some miscommunication, or they didn't really have their fundamentals of how they want to manage their team down very well, as Oxygen was just able to read them time and time again.
Well, there's a few reasons. I think the main one is, and Redux is eventually going to come in when he turns of age. That was just always going to be a decision for us. So we're just honestly prepping for that whenever he turns of age.
So that was always the plan. Essentially, was Redux was eventually going to join the roster once he became of age.
Yep, that was always the plan.
Gotcha. Interesting.
Okay, I mean that does make perfect sense, and I understand. And obviously, there's a little bit of mystery in there that I also totally get. You got to keep that one hidden. But I do want to ask you specifically as a player. You come in. It's been a while since you've played. Obviously, I covered even some of your time playing in CS. Is this the end of player Rustin? Are we going to see that mousepad go back in the case, or is Coach Rustin going to make an appearance back in the server again?
Such a hard question. When I moved to assistant, I thought I hung it up and playing the last couple of weeks and filling for scrims when I need to, just to get the touch back with the team and comms. It felt really good. I loved competing. I felt really calm all day during the matches. I might have the itch again, but right now I'll just focus on coaching until maybe an offer comes.
Interesting.
That is the difficult dialogue so many players
now,
face.
I'm not super up to date with the Rustin lore. But yeah, it will be interesting to see if he does decide. He's been a solid coach. He's been a solid player. I'm gonna move away from this interview though, and let's go ahead and analyze this Disguised Oxygen match. I'm not gonna do a whole big in-depth analysis. I just want to do some surface level analyzing. The main thing I want to point out: Nerve for Disguise, the top frag across all of the players. Nerve for Disguised. I mean, not ratio. He's only got a 1.16. His ACS though is 263. That's higher than anybody else. He's got 43 kills, 35 deaths. That's a +8 difference. Not the highest difference, but again, like overall across the board, just looking at kill death ratio, he's got the highest, and that's impressive, especially coming into a new team. He has to find his place. he was able to do it pretty well. I want to turn the attention towards Ye. Now, this is a player who was coming into Disguised. We knew he was going to be on Jet. We knew he was going to take over that duelist role. I had a little bit of suspicion that maybe he was going to replace Clear. Maybe Clear was going to get kicked out. That's not what ended up happening. Clear went over to that that flex initiator role. And to me, I thought that's what I thought was going to happen. that's what I assumed was going to happen. But Clear's actually gone over to the controller role. Steel was playing the controller role before. Now Steel going to the flex initiator role. Gangsta going to that recon initiator role. I mean, it still seems like Disguise has some role issues to figure out, and this is what I'm saying. Like, they haven't had time to practice. They haven't had time to figure their roster out, and this is why I'm sort of nervous for Disguise, because I want to see Disguise do well, especially with this super high potential and super powerful roster, and the fact that it's so, like, it just looked shaky from them, I'm a little bit nervous. It was only Ye and Nerve who really looked confident on their roles. I continue to see Gangsta not perform that well for the team, or at least a disappointing performance. Again, I did assume Gangsta was going to be kicked out, or that I thought maybe Gangsta was going to be kicked out if it wasn't clear, but instead they've continued to keep him and they're switching him around. These guys have so much they need to figure out, and I think the main issue is they got rid of that Flex Initiator player in Exalt, and Ye comes in, who is not that Flex Initiator player. So that meant they still had some role issues to figure out. And they did very clearly have some role issues to begin with, and that's probably why Exalt left in the first place. It's been chaotic for Disguised since the qualifiers to try and figure out how they want to manage themselves and situate themselves. They barely scraped into mid-season, and now they're just going to continue to have role issues. Even with Ye, I don't know if it'll be enough to really pull through for Disguise, because again, when you're having those role issues, even though you have a powerful player like Ye, you need to enable him, and I don't know if Disguise is going to be the team to do that. That's just the overlooking analysis of Disguised in that matchup. Now we look over at Oxygen. They looked pretty solid. Again, they did say Rustin's not going to be the permanent role. They were going to bring in a new player to come in and take over his role, but for now he's a temporary fill, and he did a pretty good job. 42 and 35, the highest fragging player. Again, the Sentinel role took that high or that top frag position. He's the highest fragging player for Oxygen, not across the board, of course. Nerve did take that ratio. Why did I read that ratio wrong initially? Because no, it's still not the highest, but it is still pretty high. Yeah, I think Mitch probably did nearly the best across the board. Again, the ACS still higher from Nerve, not as high as Rustin's. I mean, I would say of the two Sentinels, probably Rustin played a little bit better. Of course, Oxygen did play better overall. They did end up performing better than Disguise. They took the win there. Did have to go to overtime in that second map, but their win on Haven was really impressive. And I do have to rewatch that because I did miss that map completely. So it'll be interesting to see how that does end up going. But that's pretty much going to end that analysis. So let's go ahead and move over to Ranked Duel. We can go ahead and just do a little bit of this here to keep it interesting. And yeah, we will go ahead. And give me 1 second here. Trying to figure some stuff out. Alright, here we go. Okay. Alright, now let's get into it. Let's go ahead and do a Valorant Ranked Duel. Just to kill some time. Here we go. First clip here. Alright, so immediately the main thing I want to point out, they're not going to be probably Ascendant or above because they're showing bodies. And that's like a lower elo thing because it does affect your performance. They've got all of this data to look at, and yet they still choose to show bodies. It's a really interesting choice.
You're baited hard, just said Gunter.
First pick there wasn't
Back yellow.
impressive. They didn't dodge the flash.
Spike
Definitely was
down
not impressive.
B.
Neon's whipping so many of these. Second kill was
enemy
pretty
remaining.
decent. Third kill was pretty good. The fourth kill, I mean.
You crap.
Pathetic.
Just need to look at these again. There's not clumps, like, at all.
Back yellow.
Oh, there you go.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Alright, and he's not, like, counter-strafing or anything. He's just staying stagnant. Like, he just... I don't know. Let me see that initial engagement.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
His aim is so solid, though. I'll go diamond. There's a real lack of comms. And, like, his mechanics aren't great, so I'll go diamond there. Gold? Really? Oh, man. I would have said it's between plat and diamond. That's interesting. Alright. I guess I'm losing my touch. I feel like I was better yesterday. Did I do this yesterday? I don't remember. What did he pick there? He's playing Phoenix, which is already red flag, but he's...
Oh my god.
I would normally say no comms, but there's no need for comms. The round just started. Flashing wide there, though, is definitely a bit of like a higher level tactic.
Oh my god.
He's counter strafing there. I'll say like Ascendant. Yeah, I'll say Ascendant. Diamond. Okay. Yeah, I think just like flashing wide there was interesting to me, which is yeah. So, you know, I'll stand by Ascendant. I think he could be an Ascendant player. I know he's actually Diamond, but
Two, I mean.
he's got potential.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
He's dinked, he's dinked.
What on earth?
He's think 124.
Wait, hold on. Started off. The Jet just got a 5K.
Player standing. Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Wow.
He's dinked, he's dinked.
Amen, yeah, amen. He's think 124.
Give him, like,
Damn,
no
they
time.
just ran right into the gun there. Just gonna... Oh my god.
You get it?
It's close. Nice.
Oh wow.
And he gets it. Okay, hold on. Let me... I was just looking at how impressive that was. Give me a second to like...
Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Okay.
He's dinked, he's dinked.
Amen, yeah, amen. He's think 124.
Give him, like, no time.
I will not die here.
You get it?
Yeah, I'll say Immortal. I mean, his crosshair placement's pretty good.
Enemy remaining.
His mechanic, he's there pretty mechanically. He
He's
whiffs
dinked,
that.
he's dinked.
So the main thing for me,
Enemy remaining.
he gets those obviously, and then in this exchange, he kind of whiffs that initial shot, and you see him counter strafing to get in a position to shoot
He's dinked,
again, which gives me a hint he's immortal. But just because of like the lack of comms, I won't put him in Radiant, but he could be. Okay. All right. Why? Whoa. Why did everybody think that's plant? How is that plant? The counter strafing there really told me he was high elo. I feel like nobody counter strafes in like below diamond. That's strange though. Nobody. Why did everybody think he's plant? His aim was pretty decent. Maybe just because of the way that everybody lined up for him, but I feel like positionally he was just, they were just unaware. It's definitely not my best performance. Dang. I try. Sort of running out of things to talk about here. Let me double check that OR hasn't announced their new players or anything like that. Still none on Valor. like, yeah, unless there's like somewhere else that I'm just like not aware. Let me like Google new OR esports Valorant players. Yeah, no, nothing recent. Yeah, so I don't know who they're adding. I'm excited to see who it is. They're gonna have to figure it out pretty soon here. Because they're playing. It says it's gonna start at 4, although it'll probably start sooner than that, I imagine. So I guess for now we're sort of just waiting. Let me think. I mean, I guess we could do another ranked of like some other game that I'm not as good at. Or wait, let me pull up here ranked. Here, let's see. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Let's do. Let's do Rocket League. I guess I don't even really watch any Rocket League. I've seen a little bit of Pro Rocket League, but like when I play, I'm silver gold, so I'm pretty bad. Okay. Solid. Some good movement. I feel like the fact that the other players aren't able to hit it though tells me it's like diamond. It's easy. Like I don't even play this game. It's like, oh man. I'm probably just lucky there though. What is this music, Broski? Hold on, start this over. Let me see this. Alright, he's above silver. Just off that kickoff. Actually, he's probably above, like, it's above bronze. But what is that? Oh, looks like we're getting ready to start here. Let's go ahead and take a look at this animation. I'm okay not finishing the ranked for Rocket League. Let's just get into it. We changed the title. OR Esports versus G2 Esports. Let's get into it. Let's go. Let's go.
Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America Split 2 continues on, and it's day 3, our final match, as we wait to see the two teams we haven't seen yet play. G2, the team who came in second place at the midseason faceoff, and OR Esports, who came in last place in the regular season. Dust, it is not an over-exaggeration to say that OR Esports struggled in that first split.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
yeah,
it is really hard to say. They
I
won
have
a couple
nothing to
of
add.
mats here and
I
there
already
against
said
like
everything.
M80 and DSG and Mad Lions, but you know they got O2'd by the Guard, O2'd by TSM. They only got a combined 7 rounds against the Guard, in fact, and just in general did look like just a mess, honestly. But they've made 2 big roster changes coming into this split to try to turn things around. They've picked up a couple of players that I think are pretty darn good, so hopefully it's going to be enough to kind of get them back on the right track, but tough opponent today.
I actually looked at this team probably around week 3, and I said, I feel like if this team was in Group A, they would do a little bit better. But speaking of Group A, yeah, I know. Speaking of Group A, the team who topped that one
You
is
know what?
this G2 roster.
I thought that as well, but like after seeing just like how they performed against even Mad Lions, I just really think even if they got the chance to make it to mid-season, they just would not have been able to do it. They announced the new OR players, or am I crazy? They haven't posted on Valor. I don't think they've said it on the Twitter.
The thing is about it is like, we were kind of captivated, I think, by the polish that the Guard had and the explosivity that M80 had with abilities for individuals to take.
Yeah, they haven't put it on their Twitter still.
And when G2 wavered, it was one of those well, they're kind of missing out on both of those things to match up against the strength caliber of a.
I'm curious though.
Now that said, we didn't really
See this
get
new OR roster.
throughout the opening group stage because again I think everyone was looking at one group being a little bit more heavy-handed than the other, but when we got into face-off, that's when I think we really started to see G2 shine. Oxy in particular I thought had a great tournament, and on top of that, Whippy continues to be I think one of the better players overall as we kind of look at this entire VCLNA. So I think the team has a lot going for them, and obviously kind of looking to just that one step further, to be on top of the region convincingly after falling just a touch short in that grand finals like you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, basically G2 is just kind of combining parts from Sentinels in version 1 of VCT past, and obviously combining that veteranship, but also bringing in this young gun Oxy, who has been probably the most impressive duelist in this next class, that we've seen.
Oxy's been one of the more, one of the more impressive duelists I've seen. I mean, in mid-season especially, Oxy really pulled through. They beat the guard, okay? Like, clearly G2 is a powerful team. They're able to take out the guard. And this isn't the guard losing to TSM where the guard just wasn't playing their best because of outside forces or stuff going wrong outside of the games. This was the guard playing pretty much as well as we'd expect them to do. And they got taken down by G2. I mean, G2 wants that spot back in Tier 1 competition. They're really pushing for it.
Major category you could think of when it comes to fragging and first kills, and he's been deadly consistent.
I think you had touched upon it while we were wrapping up the last game. We came into this split with a couple of young players we didn't really know a whole lot about. We had Sim, we had Oxy, we had Pony, and then we had some others that never really hit form. But those three absolutely delivered in the performances that we would like to see from players fulfilling that role. Now, on the opposite side, we do have a team that's coming into today with a roster that I don't even think has been officially announced, and if it has, it was after we went live. We're looking at OR Esports. If you're just seeing this roster for the first time, you probably aren't alone. We weren't really sure who was going to be playing today until basically this morning.
Pancakes.
We've got Physic, Niliaz, Seldris, Jonas6, and Pancakes in Physic coming in to replace Pure, and I'm trying to remember the other player.
Lear.
Yeah, Lear, not Clear. Correct. So I don't want to disrespect this roster in any way because I feel like they showed at least a few flashes.
I'm okay with disrespecting this roster. They did not play very well. Honestly, what I do want to say, I feel like Pure VNS was one of the better players for OR. It's interesting that he's leaving here.
Oh, yeah. Brings a significant amount of experience to this
roster. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if these new players. I mean, they're clearly experienced players. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what the desk has to say. They probably know more about these new players than I do.
Some smaller name teams that didn't really have VCT experience. I think, Jonas6 was like the most experienced one, having played with Ambox and New York Fury in the past. But outside of that, yeah, it's a lot of academy presence, but I think that the pickups they have brought in are great. And you got Pancakes who, played for teams like Accru and Pioneers who have played at a higher level, will likely take on Pure's role as a controller if I had to take a guess.
Yeah.
Then you have Physic, who formerly played for SOAR and Pioneers. I imagine he'll just take on the initiator roles that, Lear used to play. So I think role for role, it works out well. And I think, again, these guys are definitely upgrades that have more experience and have proven that they can perform at a good level.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was going to hit on the same points, that this team was definitely missing a lockdown controller and a solid initiator. Because honestly speaking, both Nilly and Zeldris, I thought played fine in all of their individual matches as a Sentinel and as a duelist, respectively. The problem was getting them into good space with good numbers. So I agree that these are great pickups. I've always been pretty high on Pancakes as an ability to kind of compete at this level and be a possible show stealer. Whereas
here's the thing. I think, like I said, I think in order for OR really to scrape back, first of all, even if they could perform their best, the best as they possibly could with the team that they have at their highest potential, they've got one circuit point. They have one singular circuit point. Maybe they can scrape it together and barely qualify for playoffs. But I just don't think beyond getting into playoffs, they'll make anything further than that. I think they're just going to have to put up a good show here in Split 2, try and show, hey, maybe we're good enough, and then OR needs to try and sell the team, because they need some serious reconstruction here. It's just not a solid team that's been put together. These new players can come in, but clearly it's been a while since or I mean, we didn't even know these were the new players until recently. I mean, it's not like any investigative journalists were going to be looking into OR's new players, but even still, you'd think there'd be something that we'd heard. So I don't know how long these teams, these players have had to practice, but I'm not expecting any big upset here. It's G2 versus OR. Maybe OR will play slightly better. Maybe they'll be able to try and get a map up. But I expect a really dominant performance from G2, maybe even more dominant than the Moist Moguls against Mad Lions, because of how powerful this team is, just because of how powerful G2 is, and how weak OR is, and how they've been looking. And although, like Box said, I'm under a similar mentality of maybe, just maybe, if they were in initially Group A in Split 1, they might have been able to do better. I don't think that's true anymore. I don't think that's the truth. I think even if they could play against the likes of Turtle Troop and Shopify Rebellion, I still think OR would take some losses. Maybe they could get 1 or 2 series up, but I just don't think it'd be that impressive. So we're going to A and start it off, and that's an interesting choice from OR. Now I would say OR, I would say maybe OR should have gone for a different map. But let's be honest, OR doesn't really have a good map. They have 0 map win, or not 0 map wins, but 0 series wins. So I don't know if it really matters. Even if they pick a map that they can get up, at the end of the day, G2 takes this hands down. And we're gonna go into Split. We know how strong G2 is on Split. OR's not gonna break that. So regardless of if OR's somehow able to pull through on Haven, I doubt they'll be able to even think of pushing through G2's incredible wall that they put up on Split. And I don't think OR would be able to push through that. And then if it does, by some miracle, go to the decider, almost certainly goes to G2 on Lotus. They just have more experience. And yeah, that's it. There's not a whole lot to talk about. It's why I had to stall for so long. Because there literally is just not that much to talk about. When it comes to OR, they're just not a strong team. It's an open and shut case. It's a bad match for them to debut against G2. That's definitely sad to see them having to debut against G2. But it is still not, almost certainly not going to go in their favor.
Build much of a pathway towards success here for our esports. This is more for me, I think, just kind of like, is the team going to be a better off option with these 2 new players compared to where they were before? Again, it's a low bar, but that's just kind of what I think we have in front of us, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, the Haven pick is interesting because, let's face it, OR Esports didn't look that hot on the map through qualifiers. They even played like a smaller tournament where they weren't looking so hot on it. I think it was like a HyperX Arena or something like that.
Yeah.
But I guess like you could say that about almost any map for them last season, or last split rather. So like, kind of tough to say. So
yeah, that's why I can't say what their best map is, because they don't have a good map.
On a map that historically G2 has been weaker on. Like, they've taken a lot of big losses on this map. Obviously the guard being one of them, that's fair, but they lost to Turtle Troop on this map, like big. They lost to, Breakthrough, when they were still using that name. So, I mean, this could be like a little bit of like a ninja pick where they put like a ton of prep on Haven and think they got something up their sleeve for G2, so that could be interesting.
I'm also surprised that they don't go to Pearl.
I feel like it's hard to be like a caster talking about this game, because you just have to cope. You have to be like, maybe there's hope if XYZ happens, maybe there's hope that OR takes it. But there isn't. Straight up, there is no hope. There's no amount of hope that will get OR through this, and give them the slight edge that they might be able to take a map. There's no world from my perspective. There is no world in which OR is able to take a map up here, especially against a G2. It's just not gonna happen. Straight up, it's not gonna happen. And end of story. And we could talk about it for 5 hours, but it would just be pretty much saying the same thing of, maybe this new roster could be good. Maybe OR could take it. Maybe they've got something up their sleeve, but it's all maybes. And none of it is definitive. Again, if there's a match to bet on, it's this one. If you want to make a little bit of money, it's not going to be a lot because nobody's betting for OR, but if you want to make a little bit of money, you want to bet against OR here, because there's... I think there's zero, like, I'd say there's like a 2% chance OR might be able to take the win. And that's a major if. That is a huge 2% chance. If by some miracle, and again, I said it earlier, I'll say it again, all of G2 would have to be sick, and they have to be disqualified in order for OR to take the win here. There is no way that G2 loses this matchup. And if they do, you know what? If they do, I'm not going to make any crazy bets because I've been famously wrong about challengers. But if by some miracle it's a win from OR, I mean, that's it. I'm done. I quit. So yeah.
No, at least like they're being proactive. They're clearly trying to make changes to make themselves better. Obviously, this is a tough first test going up against a G2 team that has looked really strong, particularly in the midseason face-off. Really, the only weak link with G2 is I just feel like Penny still hasn't found his place on this team. Like, I think the roles are still kind of weird for him sometimes.
Yeah,
but outside of that, they have looked fantastic with everybody else, and they're starting to get some better strategy.
And now they've had a few weeks to figure out those role issues that Penny was having, so it's an open shot.
Just overall, when you look at Group B, because you're going to have an inevitable rematch between G2 and the Guard at some point in time. They're likely going to be in some form in the top two, of at least the top three of this group you'd figure. But Moist Moguls are also looking really good after the beatdown that they just handed their opponent in the first week. So, for G2, this is all about trying to get on top of the group. Prove that you can get revenge against the Guard, put yourself on top of the minds of everyone going into playoffs into you being a favorite into challengers. But the other side of this conversation is with what looks to be maybe a weaker FaZe clan, or esports have a chance at they're going to have to beat FaZe and Mad Lions. The thing about it is, for them to get into the top 4, maybe top 5 for this split, like Dust is mentioning for those points, they're going to have to beat somebody like the Guard, G2, or Moist Moguls, which feel a little out of reach based on what OR Esports we saw last split. So a tall ask going up against G2 here in this first matchup, but I do.
And this is what I'm saying. Like, you can spend all day saying if statements and trying to, like, again, it's all just hope, though. Like, nothing is going to happen here. OR's not going to win. Their fate is sealed. They have not won a single series here. Maybe if it was a conversation against FaZe or Mad Lions. Honestly, if it was a conversation against FaZe or Mad Lions, or a series against FaZe or Mad Lions, it'd be a different conversation. But when we're talking about a G2 versus OR, it's just not going to happen here. It's just not.
You're really digging. You're really digging.
Super overlooked, and they'll find a way to get themselves into the server. Now, I will argue again, like Dust is saying, that Turtle Troop we saw in week 1 was different than the Turtle Troop we saw in the match against G2. They had made changes. The roster looked so much better with them. And unfortunately, those changes were undone coming into this split, as those players were then poached by another team, which you can't blame them for that one. Chase the bag. But I'm looking at this team and I'm thinking maybe there's a world where we come into this first map and OR Esports shocks everyone. We didn't think they were going to take a map off M80. No one saw that one coming. So there is always a possibility. They say the phrase any given Sunday. There's a world where OR Esports somehow finds themselves in this game. It's just
it's
very
Thursday.
small world.
Sorry.
It's a very small. Yeah, it is Thursday. It's not Sunday. Damn. All right, point taken. Never mind. They're going to lose because Dust is right.
Wow.
Yeah,
No,
because I
mean,
pointed out the accurate day.
yeah, you did. You pointed out the day of the week. Well, it does still end in a Y, so I guess there's that. But, you look at
what
this
on
team.
earth is happening?
I'm trying to find the silver lining. I'm really trying.
Yeah, you are. Dude, he is really trying, but there is none.
Was so good coming into the midseason face-off, and even though there are some role inconsistencies and some weirdness, like Penny kind of being ham-fisted into responsible roles that I don't feel like really allow him to shine. It's not to say he plays them bad. It just he's not playing like the Penny we remember, playing the roles that we've seen him play in the past, looking specifically at that old.
I feel like he's always been a hit or miss player, if I'm being honest with you. Like, I don't think he's ever been, even when he got to play as roles, I don't think he was as consistent as other duelists like in VCT last year.
All right, but enough talk about maybe OR can do it. Let's just let them play. Let's see if they can. Again, if there's a match to bet on, it is this one though. And I think you know what G2's trying to do right now is beat OR worse than Moist Moguls beat Mad Lions. They want it to be 2 13-0s, obviously, but I think G2 could do it. G2 wants to have a better round differential than Moist Moguls did to really make a statement that, hey, Moist Moguls, you may be able to take out Mad Lions that badly, but we can take out that bottom team even worse. Really just trying to make a statement, taking out OR dominantly here. We're seeing an identical pick. We've got Zeldris and Oxy on Jet, Jonah and Penny on Breach, Physic and Shazam on Sova, Pancakes and Whippy on Omen, Niliaz and Dapper on Killjoy. Pretty basic, pretty simple. We've seen this a lot. I've talked about it before, you can switch out Omen and Astra on Haven. They are some agents that can be used interchangeably. You can also switch out Sky and Sova. Those can be used interchangeably. We've also seen Raze work on Haven before. That's also an agent that you can change out. So there's some options here that these teams have, but they do both decide to go for a pretty basic team comp. And, these are players we've seen for G2 play these roles. We've seen them play these agents pretty well. We've seen OR. I mean, obviously, they brought in some new players, so we're going to see some interesting stuff happen here. Enough talk. Let's just get into it. And OR starting on offense of Haven, which I will remind you is an offense-sided map. So now that OR's on offense, maybe they can turn it into their favor. They need to get this pistol round right off the bat. That would really help them push forward. G2 has gone for a 4-man stack on B, which means they're going to be having to play retake if OR decides to push A or C. Now, OR has decided to put 2 coming in through mid. They're going to send that drone through garage while that spike is just sitting with 2 other players. So 3 total in A short. And that bait's actually good because it does push G2 a little bit C-Link sided. But it looks like G2 may be ready for that. They're not really budging too much. They send 1 in garage window. And now OR is getting ready for this A hit. And there will be 1 on site to defend it in the form of Shazam. But he does get smoked off. He was in heaven, gets smoked off. The Sova arrow confirms nobody's really holding sight. They can clear hell pretty easily, and this spike is going to start to go down. Oxy, though, with the entry, going to be able to take out Pancakes. Is immediately traded off, though. Physic able to take out Dapper, but Shazam, Penny, and Shazam once again executing beautifully, leaving Jonah alone in a 1v3. Able to find 1, not going to find another. Penny takes Jonah out, and this round goes to G2 to start it off. And I did say OR needs to get this pistol round here to get it started, but they did not. And now G2's reign of terror will begin. It starts on their second round. Now that they're going to have such better guns. And again, for G2, this is just trying to get a better round differential than Moist Moguls got against Mad Lions. They want to place themselves on the very top just after the first week. That'd be not only a big ego boost to the players, but also just to make a statement that, yeah, no, nobody's going to even think about pushing us around, especially that bottom team in Challengers right now. Like, we're not going to get pushed around by them. We're gunning for that top spot. That's what G2 is pushing for. OR getting ready for this push into C. Now, G2 has actually decided to conserve some econ here. They've got a Frenzy on Dapper and a Ghost on Whippy, and they decided to place both of those players on C. A little bit of an interesting choice, but they're backed up by Penny. And now that OR's made some sound C, picked up an orb, they're going to move right on over to mid. Looks like maybe they're going to go through garage and decide to attack this from garage. The turret does spot Pancakes, and maybe they're going to back up now. We'll see. It looks like they're going to continue to push it.
It's going to be tough.
OR. I have to just figure out how they want to push this. They do have to execute a little bit weirdly here. They're down on guns. That being said, Dapper and Whippy don't have guns, and they're the ones without guns, and they're both on the same site. But like I said earlier, Penny's there to back them up with a Phantom, but it could still be a good opportunity for G2. Dapper are going to find 1 before getting taken out. Physic able to take out Dapper. Penny going to take out Physic. Does get taken out, but Whippy going to defend the site well. Now Jonah's alone in a 1v2. Not going to be able to pick up that gun on Penny either. Peeks out, but of course it is smoked off, and the arrow comes through. Peeks out while reloading. As that smoke goes down, Shazam takes Jonah out. Now, in the favor of OR, they did take out the majority of G2's players. However, normally that's a good thing, but G2 did have 2 of their players saved, which means G2 will be able to full buy this next round. And so OR will be full buying themselves, and it'll be a full buy versus a full buy, which should go to G2, but OR could definitely be looking to put up a bit of a fight. They've been able to manage a little bit. But if G2 can take this third round, OR could be looking at a really devastating loss here. Again, it's an offense-sided map, so OR does need to start getting some good kills here, or getting some of these rounds. Because if they want hope of winning Haven, they need to take the advantage going into the next half. Because if they go into the next half with a disadvantage, it's going to be near impossible for them to come back. Physic able to take out Dapper, but Whippy gonna lock down that seaside entrance. Able to find 2. Nobody there to punish and trade him off. So that means the player advantage is going to be there for G2. It's not going to be 4v3, but Pancake's coming in through Garage, going to take Whippy out. So now it's going to be evened out. Now it's a 3v3. Pancake takes a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough to really matter. Not a whole lot of meaningful damage there. It's going to be Oxy with the flank, but it looks like OR may be ready for it. They do send 2 to watch the spike from C Long. Now they're both going to clear that flank, and Zeldris able to take out Oxy. Now it's a 2v3 for the remaining G2 players. This third round, which, you know, even buy from both sides may go to OR. Niliaz flanking from, or through Garage, through C-Lane, and then through CT, able to find 1 pick before getting traded off, but trades G2 can't afford, because they'd be down a player. Zeldris takes that kill, and OR has secured that third round, and they were able to save a little bit of econ before losing it, or sorry, before going into that round. So they all had 1,000 credits coming into it, and they secured the win. So they're all going to be able to full buy again this round, which does put them in a really nice spot here, and get some good econ momentum moving. That being said, G2's econ was in a pretty decent spot as well, but they're going to go for a save, not going to force here. And that means OR should be able to tie it up, and again, if OR wants to try and win this map, they need to get the advantage in this half going into the next half, because it's an offense-sided map, so you want to be gaining the advantage on your offense. Now, Haven's not as offense-sided as maybe you'll see from Lotus, but it is still a 3-site map, which does inherently make it offense-sided because of how difficult it is to rotate from A site to C site for the defense because of how long of a rotate it is. There's also a lot of entrances to play around on this map for the offense that the defense does have to defend, so it's a bit of a complex map, and it's a bit offense-sided. Zeldris not going to be able to entry. Dapper denies it. Able to take out Jonan, then turns and takes out Zeldris. The gun diff did not matter there. Hunter's Fury does come through, but Oxy gonna go into Heaven, or sorry, Garage. What am I saying? Able to find a pick before getting traded off. Now it's gonna be a 2v4 for OR. Although Penny and Dapper down to 5 HP, Whippy down to 27. The first of those low HP players is Penny. The last 2 players are 1 shot. Dapper and Whippy really low here. Shazam has full health, playing from CT, and Physic runs it over to A, and this is a good choice. We will see if, I mean, from Niliaz's perspective, Niliaz should sort of just wait here, maybe not up on Heaven. You're gonna get spotted. You may even get taken out. Not quite, though. Niliaz barely finds Shazam in time, and that means it's even now, 2v2, but Whippy and Dapper low for G2, as the one player who was at full health, Shazam, is taken out. So it's gonna be a 2v2. But G2 knows it's only 1 on site. Doesn't matter. Physic able to take out Dapper. Now it's a 1v2 for Whippy. He's able to pick up a Vandal, but this will be a difficult push. Now it's a save round for G2. They're not hoping to win it, but it looked like they may have been able to, although OR came back, pulled those kills together. That was some sloppy play that round, to say the very least. And it looks like the save going to come through from Whippy. Get some of their econ in a decent spot here.
Good response here from OR Esports in round 3 and 4.
Again, save round for G2, so they would have been able to buy regardless of if they win or won or lost. But able to save a gun there, it does help their econ get a little bit more stable. But yeah, G2 did have that player advantage pretty early on, but OR was still able to really pull through. And you know what? I'm impressed with the way that OR is performing here. Already able to keep it even with G2. Now again, offense-sided map, and it's still even, so OR not doing as well as maybe you'd expect from the offense, but it's also only been 4 rounds, so it's still pretty decent of a performance so far. Although the recon gonna be good for Shazam to use that Hunter's Fury to find 1 kill, and that gives the early player advantage to G2, and it's a full buy from both sides, so having this player advantage is big for G2. So now it puts them in a little bit of an edge, and having the player advantage on your defense is especially important because it's an offense-sided map, which gives you a little bit more mobility when it comes to if the enemy team decides to rotate. If the offense decides to rotate, say from A to C, you've got a little bit more players, so you can sort of position them a little bit more effectively. It'll be easier to lock down the site if there's only 2 on one site. Now the Rolling Thunder, though, does come through, and it's going to help the players get onto A site, although Shazam does not get hit by it. Pancake gets spotted as well. That good recon util. Now it looks like maybe the Rolling Thunder for Penny gonna come through. And it does, but not before Zeldris takes Dapper out. Now trying to get away with his life. Still stunned. Oxy gonna finish him off. And now it's a 4v3 for G2. Get that player advantage back in their hands. Shazam and Oxy each find 1 more, which leaves Niliaz alone in a 1v4. Able to find Whippy and take him out, but Oxy takes Niliaz out. This round does go to G2. Taking that advantage back, and this is big because again, offense-sided map, so OR needs to gain the advantage going into the next half because they won't be on that side that has the advantage at that point, so they need to really try and pull through here on their own offense if they want hope of beating G2 because of how strong G2 is. I know almost certainly when G2 gets their hands on offense, it'll be over for OR.
Doing pretty well. They have a massive ult advantage coming into this round, as well as having a slight firepower advantage, as Physic is just on the Sheriff.
Lockdown still 30 for Dapper. Knives if Oxy feels the pressure of having an operator out.
Shock darts come through, and now OR getting ready to entry here on to B. Zeldris getting ready for these entry frags. Not going to be able to clear sight, so they don't know there's one back site. Penny trying to use his positional advantage. Gonna be able to take out Zeldris, which is a trade as Zeldris is able to get a pick before he goes down, but then Penny could also be able to take out Pancakes. A spike does go down. The defender Killjoy does push OR back. But oh my god, Penny with the I don't even know what that's called, but the breach util gonna be good for 2 kills. That's 4 kills so far. You know we'd be happy to have that ace. He's not going to find it, though. Physique finds 1. Physic finds 1, but Shazam finishes it off. No ace for Penny, but still a very impressive 4K. Put him on the top of the frag list, and it secures G2 another map, and it puts OR in some bad econ, I believe. This round, they went into it with some bad econ, well, into a force buy. So now they're going to go into this round with some bad econ. Going to have to light buy and save. Which is definitely good for G2, who should be able to secure another round. Now OR starting to look like they're going to have a slow time trying to get the advantage going into the next half. G2 may even be able to gain the advantage themselves, which would be really detrimental to OR. And Dapper able to take out Jonah P, or Jonah 6, there you go. Nilly is able to take out Dapper in response, so it is a trade. Zeldris able to take out Penny, that clears that back site. Zeldris also able to take out Shazam. Now, they don't know where Whippy is. It was a pretty stacked site. Whippy gonna lock it down, takes out Zeldris, Physic, and Pancakes. That's 3 kills. And now it leaves Nilias alone. Able to take out Whippy. Now it's a 1v1 between Oxy and Nilias. Both of these players at full HP. Trying to figure out if he can reload, decides to go for the classic. And Oxy gonna win that exchange from behind those logs. I mean, OR looked like they may have been able to take that round after clearing site so effectively, but Whippy not gonna let that happen. And this goes very aggressively to G2. And now OR, keep in mind, that was a save for OR, and they got the majority of the kills there, so that's definitely good for them. But, still, you know, they could have won that, which would have been even better. Not able to take it, so now they're going to be on, two ults here to try and secure this buy round for them. Now that they're on a buy round. G2 on a buy round of their own, though. Because their econ has not really been weakened. The Omen ult, which I've always talked about, is difficult to utilize in a pro scene. Not difficult for Pancakes, who's able to just go right into the defender spawn, and it almost looks like iron gameplay. But Oxy going to prevent the push into A. Able to find 2, but Niliaz trades Oxy off, so it's going to be kept even in a 3v3. And G2 wants to prevent Pancakes from getting any more kills here. Pancakes trying to get away, trying to land on those boxes, but gonna take fall damage. He does miss those boxes. But site has been taken. The spike does go down. They heard Pancakes teleport. They know where he is, and they paranoia him to make sure he can't do very much from his position. Physic coming out. Gonna find that pick on Whippy. Pancakes gonna log it down, though. Takes out Penny and Dapper. OR does not want G2 to get that 6th round, and they prevented it, at least this time. And again, it's an offense-sided map, so OR really needs to get that advantage going into the next half. OR really, I think they had to use 2 of their ults that round, or they did use 2 of their ults that round to secure it. Which means now they're going into this round. They do have another ultimate to utilize, but, you know, having to use an ult to secure that round will be a little bit difficult. We do see G2 looking to force here, despite not really having an econ to full buy, which does mean the gun advantage could be in the hands of OR, although that op's still going to be in Oxy's hands. And G2 is positioned in A, but that concuss actually wards OR off, and now they're moving towards C. And there's only 1 on C, and G2 is still positioning 4 pretty deep into A. So they're going to have to send at least 1 or 2 for the flank if they want to utilize the fact that they have so many deep in A. And now G2 getting ready to rotate. OR still hasn't pushed. They need to start pushing. They're playing way too slowly here. And now G2's been able to rotate over to C. Now this drone coming out. Gonna... But why is this caster... Sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear the caster. He's saying the exact same things I'm saying, but right after me. Zelda's coming in for the initiation. Dapper and Whippy each find a pick. Jonah able to take out Penny. Now it's going to be a 4v3 for G2. Again, they were able to rotate. It was a really strong read. Now Niliaz with the lockdown, though, going to put it down in garage. G2 trying to wallbang it and take it out. I don't know if they'll be able to. I don't know if that's wallbangable. But it looks like G2 will have to respect it. Niliaz peeking out, hoping to find a pick. He's able to find one, but Dapper's there to trade it off. Physic takes out Whippy, which makes it a 2v2, but Dapper is detained. Which does mean there's time for the spike to go down. Dapper no longer detained, but HOSPICEMANE may be able to play, may be played well here from OR. And it's a 2v2. Got the spike down. The Sova Dart comes out, and both Oxy and Dapper look at it. And Jonah, well, Jonah and Physic peek it, but Jonah finds both of those picks. 3 kills for Jonah, and OR definitely looking to try and get the advantage going into the next half. They're putting up a pretty decent fight here. G2 definitely looking to show that struggle we've seen them put on in Haven. And OR's there to take advantage of it. Now, there's 4 ults for G2 to utilize, but they're going into a save, so I doubt any of those will be utilized. I mean, maybe they want to try something silly, but OR knows they're probably going to be on a save, so OR probably won't use the 2 ults that they have. And as I say that, those knives come out. As Zeldris wants to preserve a little bit of econ here. Oxy going to be pushing up, maybe just trying to get an easy pick by pushing in pretty aggressively into A lobby here. The drone comes through, and right as it comes through, Oxy looking to punish it. Going for a pick, able to take out Zeldris, but it's traded off by Physic as the rotate from Oxy, trying to get out of that A lobby, but not quite able to. I also apologize. I am misspeaking so much today. I'm a little bit out of it. Still 4 ults for G2 to utilize, but they are down a player. Or, well, they're not down a player, it's tied. it's going to be a 4v4. But as I say that, Dapper finds a pick, so that means G2 does have the player advantage. But the rest of the players will have to rotate here. Shazam, that one of those ults does come out. The Hunter Spear is going to be good for 2. Jonah 6 able to take out Dapper in the meanwhile, but now he's alone in a 1v4. Or sorry, a 1v3. Rolling Thunder comes through. The ults did come out. G2 really wanted to secure this. Jonah 6 able to take out Penny, but not going to quite find the pick. Or, well, yeah, is able to find the pick, but not going to find any more. Is taken out, and G2 has secured the 6th round. This is good because it means, or it's good for G2 because it means OR cannot take the advantage going into the next half. At the very best, they can tie it up. But it is looking good for G2 on this defense. Even if they're not dominantly performing like maybe I was anticipating, they are still doing good considering they are on the defense of Haven. And this is a bit of an offense-sided map. There's 3 ults for G2 to utilize this round, and now that they're back on a bye, I'm sure we'll see most of those come out. Unfortunately for OR, they used both of their available ults that they had in that previous round, despite it being a save round for G2. So they did just want to secure the round, and it did not pay off. So now there's not going to be any ults for OR to use to combat the 3 ults that G2 has of their own. The operator on Oxy as well, but it is positioned C long. Now coming through, Shazam does get blinded, does not see the dash come through from Zeldrish. Jonah 6 with that util going to be able to take out Penny. Pancakes takes out Whippy. Sorry if I'm coughing. Now going to be a 2v5 for the remaining G2 players. In their advantage though, Nilias and Pancakes are both low. Dropping through, OR ready. Jonah 6 takes out Dapper in this buy round for G2. Although they had 4 ults to use, or I think 3 ults to use, it did not matter. Now Oxy's alone, wants to save the op. And you know OR would be looking to deny that.
This seems to be the battleground he's chosen.
Just holding this garage entrance. Will Zeldris be there to challenge it? Will Zeldris be able to take him out? No, not ready for Oxy to be pushed up. Able to find that pick, but now they know where Oxy is. Maybe they can punish him. Not quite. Yes, able to. Oxy finds the pick on Pancakes, but Nilias going to take out Oxy. Not quite a flawless round that OR may have hoped for, but it is still going to do some good econ damage to G2. G2 not going to be able to full buy this round. And OR could be able to tie it up here, as they've been able to push through here. They're going to have better guns. It's the last round of the half. Now there's 2 ults for G2 to use, but it may not matter because one of them is an Omen ult, and although OR was able to show that Omen ults are going to be useful for them, it may not be useful for G2, knowing that they're on defense. We'll see how this ends up. The concussion, really good as it stops Oxy in his tracks. Going to be able to find that pick. Pancakes ulting into the CT, looking maybe to find an easy pick. Decides back out of that, cancels it. They do have the player advantage. OR can play a little bit safe here. And now G2 down to just 1 ultimate to use in that Omen ult. It could be useful if they use it now to try and see if it's an A push. Shazam looking to take out those pushing through A short. Not going to be able to. Nilias takes Shazam out. Now it's a 3v5 for the remaining G2 players. Spike goes down. Now this postman can be played excellently. The gun advantage can be very prevalent here for OR. Jonah 6 able to take out Whippy. They know one's heaven. Oh, Pancakes does get blinded, but at the same time, so does Dapper. Zeldrish able to take out Dapper. Penny able to find a pick, prevent it from being a flawless round. But 2 kills to finish it off for OR, and they've finished that round with 4 players left alive, and they've tied it up. Now that may be like, alright, OR's putting up a good show, and they are. They're definitely performing pretty good, maybe a little bit better than I was anticipating. But they have not taken the advantage going to the next half, which is not good because it's an offense-sided map, so you want to be taking the advantage when you're on offense. And OR hasn't been able to do that. It's going to be kept tied, which means now G2 going to be on their offense of the offense-sided map. So they should really be able to pull through here and close out this map. And we could be looking at a 2-0. We will see, though. G2 will be able to win this pistol round. That could definitely help them start to boost it up. If OR can secure this pistol round, that's definitely a good start to keep it even, at least, or get themselves the advantage going to the next half. This entry is started. Oxy gonna get taken out by Nilias. Nilias gonna turn his attention towards those in garage, able to take out Whippy as well. Now it's gonna be 3v5 for G2. Start to this offense, not looking great. Nilias able to lock down C site. Shazam gonna be able to take out Nilias though with that shock dart. Good damage there. Jonah 6 looking for some more engagement, maybe another pick. Not gonna be able to find it. So although OR will maintain the player advantage, and as I speak, Dapper shoots through the smoke, just barely able to take out Jonah. And now, no more player advantage that OR had been able to secure. Nilias' attempt to help benefit OR did go in vain. Zeldris looking to make sure nobody's pushing into A, does peek out. Now he sees all those coming into A lobby and decides to back up. Gonna be left alone to lock down the site. Able to find the pick on Penny. Penny's already low off the first shot. Now it's going to be a 2v3 for G2. Zeldris still left alone. Going to find another pick there on Shazam. Dapper coming in from short. Going to take out Pancakes. It's a 1v2 now. Able to take out Physic. Down to 20 HP though. All Zeldris needs is a body shot and he finds it. 3 kills for Zeldris. Also 3 kills for Dapper. But OR is going to be the one to find the win here. And OR, it's an offense-sided map, but the defense finds the first pistol round. This could be good for OR to try and get an edge here. And already OR is doing better than Mad Lions did against Moist Moguls. If I remember correctly, Mad Lions only got 7 rounds total. Let me just double check that. And let's see if that really is the case. Yeah, that is the case. So Mad Lions has only gotten 7 rounds total. Or Mad Lions only got 7 rounds total against Moist Moguls. So G2 is definitely going to be looking a little scared now, knowing that they weren't able to perform so dominantly against the bottom team, or the current bottom team. Mad Lions going to be scared themselves, knowing that they are now going to be placing themselves in that bottom team position. And it's too early to tell who's going to be on top, but we have seen the performance in Split 1. And we know that OR was supposed to be the bottom team here. And they've definitely been able to prove that maybe they're not. Already getting those first 7 rounds. So this is already a good win for OR to start a good streak here. But they do... They could be looking at trying to push through and try and take out G2 here. But they really need to pull through on this defense. Now, they have better guns here, so this round should go to them. But once we get to the buy rounds, that's what's really going to tell if OR really has what it takes. The Marshall going to be good for Zeldris. When your opponent's on that save, Marshall can look like an operator. Zeldris going to find that pick with it. Physic going to be able to take out Dapper, who is lurking B. G2 going to continue their push into A. Nobody really going to be able to stop them or see them coming in. Jonah 6 going to... It's going to be down to him. He's able to find 2 before getting taken out. Zeldris going to finish it off, taking out Whippy. And only 1 pick for G2 makes it a pretty successful forced round from OR. And now they're going to go into this bonus with decent guns. And OR should be able to find at least a few picks of their own. Zeldris already going to have that operator. And it may look deadly. Although G2 not going to be going C, which is where that operator will be positioned. And so, you know, they'll avoid Zeldris' operator wrath today. Or at least in this round. They may be able to live that initial push, but we'll see if OR can defend this A hit. And they've read it well, as they placed 4 on A. G2 getting scared, they're like, alright, that's a lot of util, that's a lot of people, let's run it C. And Zeldris isn't actually watching long, he's watching Garage. Now he peeks long, but the flash is already out. Oxy clears it, able to take out Zeldris. He didn't even get to try and use that operator before getting cleared out. C site's been taken. G2 has the player advantage and the gun advantage. OR are going to start to look scared in this round. May just have to give it up to G2. Although Niliaz not going to go down easy. Takes out Oxy, but going to get traded off by Whippy. Now it's going to be 4v3. Whippy going to lock down the site. Finds 3 more kills. Physic able to trade it off, but Dapper takes Physic out. And only 2 down for G2 makes that a successful forced round. Not going to be able to, or should be able to full buy here once again for G2. You know, they would have liked a flawless, but they did still do pretty well. So now OR going to be on a full buy of their own, so it's going to be a full buy from both sides, the first buy round, although Zeldris not going to be able to buy going to be pushing out into A lobby to try and get that orb to get the knives up, it looks like. And that's the smartest move here. Because again, Zeldris, because he decided to force for that operator in that third round, not going to really be in a good position. Oh, it looks like Pancakes was so focused on that dart. He's just going to get cleared out there. Nilias, though, locks down the side. 4 kills, looking for the ace. Going to find it. He finds an ace to lock down C site. Nobody's going to even try to get in. Nilias locks it down. And that's it. G2 gonna now be forced into some bad econ, some troubling times. The recession has begun for them as Nilias prevents a good start to G2's offense. And that should have been the buy round that could have put G2 in the running here, but OR may be able to get a map up here to start it off. And I was expecting a dominant 2-0 from G2, but G2 choked it there. Started off. OR gonna push out here, going for that orb. Wants Jonah to pick it up so that way he can get closer to that Rolling Thunder. G2 is gonna be contesting A, and they try to shoot through the smoke and prevent that orb being grabbed. They're not gonna prevent it from being grabbed. Oxy, though, the one player or one of the 2 players for G2 that has a gun, gonna find that early pick. Now it's gonna be a 5v4 for G2. Should be able to secure this. Physic gonna take out Oxy, trying to defend this site, but Penny gonna be there to trade it off. The flash is coming through from Jonah to really shut it down. Try and prevent this A push, and it's gonna be good. G2 now gonna start backing up, and it may just be a bait as Dapper throws that lockdown out. And it looks like OR wants to not respect it. Potentially, although Pancakes doesn't really have time. They gotta get it down. He's gonna get detained. Shazam able to take out Jonah as well, so there's nobody to defend him. And they're going to find him. Pancakes down. Now it's a 1v3 for Nilias. Got the ace previously to lock down C. But it looks like a save round is going to turn into a win here. Not going to quite find the pick on Shazam, who's going to return fire and take him out. This round does go the way of G2. After a pretty disappointing buy round loss, G2 takes their save round. Now that's going to boost their econ into a good spot, maybe to try and get this map back in their favor. Again, it's an offense-sided map, so the fact that OR has been able to put up this good of a defense already is a good sign for them to maybe try and keep it even. If OR can take it to overtime, that's so good for them. But, I mean, this is really starting to look shaky for G2. They're starting to choke it here. As they've already just been able to allow OR to take the advantage in this half. It went into it 6-6. And OR being on the offense side of an offense-sided map should have been able to easily start to take the advantage. But now they're starting to struggle. They're starting to give it up. We're 5 rounds already into this, going into the 6th round. And G2 hasn't really been able to find their footing. But now it's going to be a save from OR. G2 may be able to start to find this footing. We'll find out. Site has been taken, but OR is ready for this retake as soon as they hear that util usage. And it comes through. The spike's gonna go down. It's actually getting planted in that corner. The shock darts come out in response. And the push from Zeldris. Not gonna actually find any meaningful kill there, but a kill does come through from Pancakes. Oxy gonna find the pick on Pancakes to return it, so it's gonna be kept at 4v4. This retake has to happen from OR. The spike's going to start getting diffused. Or going to be left to defend it. Dapper takes out Physic, but Zeldris and Jonah return with 2 kills of their own. So now it's a 2v3. And G2's down a player. The defender lockdown comes out. G2 may just have to respect it. As it... Dapper locking it down. May be able to. Now Dapper going to go for the defuse. And he's going to be able to do it. Shazam, I don't think he's going to be able to stop him in time. And he won't. Shazam lets it happen. He knows there's not enough time. Maybe he doesn't even try for it or even try and get the kill. And the save round win comes through for OR after G2 finds a save round win of their own. OR boosts their econ. Now, that being said, G2 has 4 ultimates to utilize this round, so they can try and secure this buy round win. But we also know how poor that performance from G2 was on their buy round. On their first full buy against OR's full buy, that buy round from both sides did not go G2's way even a little bit. And it looks like G2 going to continue to challenge A. I mean, they've been doing this so many rounds in a row now. Maybe OR should be ready to read this. You do have to wonder, why are they still pushing this when they keep losing A? Had a little bit of success here and there, but they just don't want to challenge C. Maybe they're afraid of the op on Zeldris. The alarm bot goes off, and the 4-man flank, which it looked like OR was going to go for, going to stop in its tracks. But it looks like it was just a buffer, as now OR going to continue to push for that flank. Turret gets taken out. They know there's an op, though, there. They may not know exactly how many are coming through. Shazam holding this smoke, though. Waiting for it to go down before Shazam flanks the flankers. Pancakes takes out Dapper. The flank of the flankers comes through, and Shazam finds 3 before getting shut down by Jonah. That means now it's a 2v3 for OR. And this bike's been down for a while. I think they're just going to have to go. I think they're just going to have to go to try and save this operator. Physic takes out Penny. Yeah, it will be just saving these guns. Physic backs up. This spike gets ready to go off. And G2 secures the buy round win. It was a buy round from both sides, and G2 takes the win. But OR still in the lead here. And those ults did, or only one of those ults did end up coming out from G2, but they did still use one. And now OR has 2 ults of their own to return with. And Oxy has knives, so those probably won't be used this round. So OR may be able to use their ults to play this round well. G2 finally taking a timeout. You'd think maybe they'd want to take a timeout a little bit earlier. But at the same time, it seems a lot of G2's hard comings have been that they haven't been able to win their gunfights. And there's not a whole lot you can do in a timeout that would solve that. The main issue I've seen from G2 is they keep going A. They have not stopped going A. And, you know, in a pro setting, you can definitely be a little bit riskier as far as, like, pushing the same sites every time, because in pro, nobody's anticipating you to push the same site every time, right? But in this case scenario, you do allow the same site to be pushed every time because it's pro. You can't be completely certain they'll push the same site every time. You have to treat it like they won't. But at the same time, OR is going to be able to really well define how they want to retake this A. Now, it should be said, this timeout, like I always talk about, a timeout is not just for one team. When one team uses a timeout, the enemy also gets to take a timeout of their own at the same time. So OR may be able to figure out their own holes, and that's why they're putting 3 on A. And it may be a good read, but it looks like G2 actually going to go default here. Play a little bit default. Now they're bringing that spike over to C. They've realized maybe, all right, we've been pushing A. We've been pushing A quite a bit here. Let's back it up. Let's challenge a C. It's a smart move because OR was reading another A hit. And it honestly looked like maybe it would have been an A hit. But that timeout came through and they decided to change their tune. And Nanostorm going to be good. Prevents Oxy from trying to entry here. Pancake's pushing pretty weirdly here. Going to be able to find that pick on Oxy. Physic with the Sova Hunter's Fury going to take out Penny. Whip be able to fire and take out Jonah 6. But now it's a 3v4 for G2. And the Omen ult from both of these players. One to get over to A, but from Pancakes. And they don't realize he's in their spawn. Easy pick for Pancakes. The flank coming through from Zeldris as well. And now they know that Dapper's coming in. And he's got to run. He's in a 1v4. The spike's getting diffused. Able to take out Pancakes, but there's no time now. He's just going to run away, try and save his gun. He's going to be able to, but it does mean OR has inched ever closer to that 12th round. And G2, again, struggling on this offense. It's an offense-sided map. I guess OR really practiced here in Haven. Now, I said it's about a 2% chance that OR wins this series. I'd say their chance of winning Haven was about 30%. But I guess the odds in their favor. Miracle came through. May not be Sunday, but God's in their favor. And OR's really pushing through here. They've got 2 ults to use, though. G2, who may be able to use them, although we've seen these ults not be super effective for G2. And I don't know, that round was coming out of a timeout, and they weren't able to secure it. It's going to be another full buy from both sides. Ooh, Zeldris not quite going to find that op pick on the jump peak. Could have been a good pick there. Now G2 going to be able to entry very quickly into C. OR was reading an A hit. It didn't come through, and now OR gonna go for a pretty intense flank here. But the turret does spot them, so now they turn their attention back to rotating through mid. Spike's been down for a little while. The attacker Killjoy lockdown does come out, and it will have to be respected here. Flank coming through. Whippy just barely misses the flank. Looks like Nelios was maybe getting ready to peek. Just waiting for her team to start this. Zeldris takes out Oxy, and this re-entry may be starting. Niliaz with the flank does come through, takes out Whippy. Zeldris able to take out Penny as well. The last two are holding from long, and both of them get taken out. The retake is insane as OR beautifully executes it and only loses one of their players, and OR secured the 12th round. They're one round away from a win, and G2 has no money to start a good comeback here. It's going to be tough for them. And even if they can take it to overtime, it's not looking good for G2. I mean, this is really scary for G2 from their perspective. I mean, they just took a timeout. Now it's been 2 rounds, and they lost both of them. They lost both of the rounds from that timeout. Like, after that timeout, they lost both of them. Previously, it had been a bit of a back and forth. But I guess that timeout was more useful for OR than it was for G2. As, because again, both teams do get to talk during the timeout. Both teams get to talk to their coaches during a timeout. And that's definitely true here. And it seems like it was useful for OR more so than it was for G2. Now G2 coming in to A, but it's red by OR. Because there's 3 on A for OR. Will G2 be able to counterplay this? Looks like maybe they just want to back up. Not getting an early pick there makes them a little bit worried, so they do start to back up. That Spike now going to go mid, and it looks like maybe even into garage here. Shock Dart. What on earth did I just witness? Shock Dart was supposed to clear Util in garage, but it does miss there. Now the Nanoswarm going to prevent Shazam from pushing in. He's got to feel bad about that one. They do see the turret, able to take it out. Sova Dart does clear garage, but now that G2 has been sort of warded off of that garage push, they're rotating that Spike back towards C or towards A, it looks like, but there's still 3 on A. OR has not moved a single time, despite some util usage being heard with that turret going off. They had a little bit of vision that maybe it's a mid into garage, but now they've continued to hold on to A site. It may not matter though. Shazam clears out Physic. Zeldris able to get away. Jonah's still holding short, going to be able to take out Dapper and Shazam. Now it's going to be a 3v4. Oxy going to be able to trade it off, but now it's been kept even by OR. Spike just went down. Zeldris from heaven with the operator looking deadly, going to find that pick. Whippy in long, going to try and play his post plan, but he's an Omen, not going to really be able to do a whole lot. Penny left alone to hold the site. He's only got a Stinger, and it's looking like this last round for OR may be a good last round here. Could it be the last round that OR wants? Could they shut it down here? Pancake takes out Whippy, and Zeldris takes out Penny. And OR has taken a map up on G2. That's right. The number 3 team takes a map loss to start it off against OR. And that's not at all how G2 wanted to start Split 2. That's not at all how G2 wanted to start Split 2. From OR right now, they are really happy. And you're looking... Okay, I know there's a lot of teams that are watching this to view it and be like, all right, where is this going to put me? But I think the team that is looking at this and should be the happiest right now is Moist Moguls. Because Moist Moguls only let Mad Lions get 7 rounds up against them, right? So that put Moist Moguls at a pretty massive round differential, and they also got the 2-0 win. So they already had that map advantage of getting 2-0, but then when it came down to the tie, they were able to continue to push forward and get the round differential to put them on top. And now that OR has taken a map up, it puts it puts, even if G2 can get a 2-1 win, which I do think is what's going to happen, G2 now is going to be in 3rd. Moist Mogul's going to be in the number 1 spot after the first week of Split 2, after week 6, in Moist Mogul's group, which definitely puts them in some good running here. And Moist Moguls looks like they're going to be very happy right now. That's what I'm thinking about right now, is how happy Moist Moguls can be after such a dominant performance from OR to start it off. I mean, it wasn't super dominant, but, it didn't go to overtime, which is not at all how G2 wanted to start this. I mean, they definitely didn't want to lose the first map, but losing it without it even going to overtime, without it even being close, is not how G2 wanted, and it definitely shows they did not practice Haven, at least in a meaningful way, in the break between mid-season and Split 2. Who got the most kills for the judge during Split 1?
He pulled a fast one on us on Split. That's all I'm gonna say.
Pony. Interesting. Who's the 20th agent added to Valorant?
I'd say Harbor.
Chamber?
Same.
No, wait.
How many agents
Chamber.
are there?
Chamber, right?
There are 22.
There's Chamber.
Gecko just came out, so the one that came out before him was Harbor.
So then
I'm gonna go with Harbor. I'm gonna lock it in.
No, it's Chamber.
Wait, oh my.
Well, oh, it's
20th.
Fade.
20th. Okay. Yeah, I'm.
Let me think.
Wait, it's Fade? I thought Fade
Fade
came out like.
came after Chamber. Wait, so it has to be
Really?
Fade because Fade was the 20th, right?
I don't know why. Maybe I just don't play with enough Fades. I thought Fade was.
I'm gonna go
an
with
older
Harbor.
agent.
Don't think it's right, but I'm gonna go with Harbor. Same thing.
Like officially came out.
Oh,
Officially.
wait, officially? Wasn't it August? I think.
July 2020th. I remember I started playing back in April 2020. It was just in closed beta, so I thought like like give it a 3-month period.
Was it? No,
I'll
'cause
go
close
with-
beta was like 3 months.
I
Right?
don't remember, to be honest, but I'll go
Maybe.
with May
I'll say June 2nd.
2020.
May was when like the beta started. Right?
June 2nd, 2020.
Yeah.
Officially release?
All right.
I'm gonna go June 2nd. I saw there was like you guys did a trivia one time and like only one of the years was 2020 and the person got it wrong and I was like, how? I remember watching this vividly. Is it GMD? No.
Oh my god, I know this one. Ain't no way.
Is that Disguise? Is it
Thief.
on
So we go with
brand?
Thief.
Is it Clear?
Moist Thief. If no,
It's either.
Wait, Steel.
So
Is it
since it's
Steel?
OR. Wait, and this is from last split, right? So it had to be the teams in our group. It's not DSG, because who's their smokes player? That's
Steel?
definitely not Steel, bro. Let me see.
It could be Steel though.
M80, Xander doesn't use that crosshair. TSM, GMD doesn't use that crosshair, so it's not them. Who am I forgetting? Oh, it's Madline, so this is Ainge for sure.
Oh. Damn, yeah, I would not have
it's
guessed that.
Ainge.
I also wasn't paying attention to the Mad Lions
Oh, I
OR
saw this
game
one
because
too.
it is pretty.
this is
It,
Proto for
you
sure.
know, it wasn't a very important game.
Oh, this is a proto.
Oh.
This is a proto for sure.
It's a proto.
Why is he laughing
I
so
want to
much?
say, yay.
How are you gonna say yay?
Hey, leave on the duelist, man. It's haven't seen that in a minute.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would not have
This
been
is
able to guess this.
this is C9 Leaf. I just remember this. I've seen that a bunch of times.
It's Leaf. I don't even need to see the instantly. I know it's Leaf.
This
Interesting.
is.
I guess I don't watch enough.
Is this
Tier
Ian?
1.
Is this Tex? Wait,
Is
no, wait, no, sorry. This is Leaf. This is Leaf for sure.
I
this is
like tier
100
2.
yeah,
I like
100% this
watching
is
tier
Leaf.
2 more.
Yeah, this is.
But,
okay, yeah, this is Leaf for sure. I remember this clip.
Dang, John Cutie. Okay. All right, he studies.
I don't know what's more impressive, the win there from OR or the win from John QT and the content. Dude knew like every single clip, every single player. He could identify all of them. The dude's got the brain. He clearly understands what's going on. But before we talk about that, Dust, I had a question for you. Are you a baker?
Where's this going?
No.
I think you're going to need to cook up some humble pie because I think you came into that one
Wow,
saying, there's
okay.
no way. Oh, I think you're digging pretty deep for that one. What happened, Dust?
Is
this
OR
series
Esports
over
took
yet?
map 1.
Is
It
this
doesn't
series
matter.
over
We were
yet?
talking about map 1. We weren't talking about the whole thing. We were
That's
looking
not
at
what I was
map
talking
1.
about.
And we said OR Esports came out last split
Okay. Regardless of how well OR performed, that was still cope from Bach, okay? There's still no way OR wins this. Okay, there's still no way OR wins the series. Alright?
Yeah.
What about
We're
the
not
week
talking
after
about
that?
We're
What
not
about the
talking
week
about
after
that.
that?
We're
About
not
the next
talking
week?
about that. I'm not talking
Okay.
about that.
I was
wasn't
just asking questions. I was just posing questions. You know?
I mean, honestly, I do think a lot of people came into this and expected this to pretty much just be a mop-up from G2, an easy closeout, an easy win, a quick end of the day. But if you were going to pick up a win, it was going to be here on map 1, and I feel like overall, OR played really well.
Brother, 6 out of 11 post-plant situations is not bad either, considering the team
Yeah.
they're playing up against. G2's
Yeah.
retakes have always been
12
categorized
first
as one of the
kills is
best in North
actually
America.
crazy.
The
And
fact
they
that
won
had
13
11
rounds,
post-plant
so
situations
those were
in
really
its own self
converting.
is impressive. But defensively, you see it kind of there at the end of the timeline. 4 out of the last 5 successful retakes with diffuses. That's really, really impressive against a team like G2.
Yep.
So consider myself, really on board here with these changes. And like I kind of was talking about before the break, I think just off the eye test, this OR esports team is looking really solid right now.
Yeah, I mean, all banter aside that I was having with Bach at the beginning of the segment, like,
Yeah, I mean, regardless, okay, here's the thing. Regardless of if OR is able to... Sorry. Regardless of if OR is able to win the series, which I still do not think is going to happen. Even if, I still think it's, their odds have increased a little bit after winning that. I'd say now it's like a 15% chance. Before, I said it was a 2%. I'll increase that 15% chance that they win this series. But what I will say is, regardless, this debut match for Physic and Pancakes was actually pretty good. They weren't the top frags, but they also weren't playing agents that should be the top frags. They're playing that Recon Initiator and the Controller. Those are not agents that should be on those top frag positions, and they still pulled through when it mattered. Like, they were still able to find good picks when it mattered. They were able to make good decisions as far as where they wanted to play positionally. It was overall just still some really solid performance, even from those debut players, even if they aren't on those top frag positions, because they don't have to be. They're on agents that don't require those top frag positions, and they were on agents where they were still able to perform pretty impressively. Again, it's a debut match. They played about as well as I'd anticipate them to do, considering the team that they're on. And, yeah, I mean, now we're going to Split. I have no doubt in my mind G2 will take Split. But Lotus, I'm a little bit more apprehensive about now. I mean, I think OR has more of a chance. That's why I upped it to 15. You know what? I'll go crazy. 20% chance OR can win this series. Now, my odds of them winning Split, 0%. I have zero confidence. You know what? No. I'll give them 2%. 2% chance that they can win Split here. It's just not gonna go their way. There is no world, in my opinion, or from my observations of how I've seen OR play, there is no world. Again, there's no world in which, from my perspective, that OR wins against G2. I give them a 2% chance because after their decently impressive performance on Haven, you can see they've been studying. You can see they've been VOD reviewing. You can see they've really been trying to improve overall. And now that we're going into Split, I think this is a map OR may be able to take up. This may be a map that OR has practiced. Now, I don't think they'll have practiced it enough to take out G2, which is why I'm giving them a 2% chance. But maybe they've practiced it enough to maybe have a chance. But again, I still think you're reaching so far if you think they can 2-0 G2. If they do that, I will lose my mind, and I'm looking at Moist Moguls, and I'm going, all right, bud, you got to take down the guard, and you've got a really good shot at being top 2 here. Like, I think Moist Moguls, they need to watch this match, because if OR is able to take down G2, Moist Moguls is gonna be able to perform much better than we saw from them in Split 1. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. And I'm definitely rooting for Moist Moguls a little bit here. That's why I'm talking about them a lot. But it's also just in the group that and how this group is shaping up. And like Bach, Dust, and I Shift were talking about before this matchup, if OR wants a shot at qualifying for mid-season, or sorry, not mid-season, for playoffs. That's right, playoffs. Like, after Split 2, that's it. If you don't make it to playoffs, you're done for this season. If they want a hope of performing well in those playoffs, these OR needs to take down Mad Lion. They need to take down FaZe Clan. I think TSM is in their group. Let me just double check that. No, sorry. Yeah, so they need to take down FaZe Clan. They need to take down Mad Lion. And like they were talking about, they also need to take down either G2, the Guard, or Moist Moguls in order to have a chance at qualifying for playoffs. If they can do that, though, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. I think if they can do that, they may have a shot at qualifying for playoffs, but they really need to push. And taking out G2 to start off what needs to be a pretty impressive push could be good for them. It could be the start of a chance at qualifying for playoffs. I think you'd have to reach really far to say that they're going to beat G2, and I don't think they're going to 2-0, but after their performance on Haven, I'm a little bit more hopeful for them. Still only a 2% chance, I think, of them winning split here, but I give them a 20% chance of winning overall. Or I think 30% is what I said. I give them a 30% chance of winning, of winning, which is not great, but for OR, considering who they're up against, I think it's good. All right, let's go ahead and look at these agent selects. It's pretty similar here. We've got Shazam and Jonah 6 on Sky. We've got Dapper and Niliaz on Cypher. We've got Oxy and Zeldris on Raze. Now, Penny's going to be on Sage, which means that it's going to be double controller for OR and double sentinel for G2. Sage and Cypher being the sentinels for G2, whereas the controllers will be Omen and Viper for OR, and G2 is going to have an Astra for their controller. And yeah, those are the main differences here. Those are the only differences. They're pretty decent differences. It's a difference in team composition or role composition. So it will be interesting to see how this goes. G2 starting off on offense, pushing through mid. They're going to get spotted by that Cypher trip. They take it out. Now OR knows it's going to be pushing into heaven here. So they send that blind through. It does prevent a little bit of a push here from G2. Now OR needs to defend the site well. Physic pushing out. Good timing there. Going to find that pick. Not going to be able to take out Oxy, though. Now Jonah 6, low to 30 HP. Going to have to try and take out Oxy. Not going to be able to. Pancakes takes out Dapper, and it's going to be kept even. Caught reloading. Whippy takes Pancakes out. Now it's down to the remaining two players. Zeldris starts off a retake, taking out Whippy and Shazam. Oh, that looks crispy. Now in a 2v1. Oxy alone. OR starting this off pretty strong here. If there's a team, or if there's a player that can clutch this 1v2 up, it's Oxy. Alright? It is Oxy. And not going to be able to, though. Zeldris going to be able to win that. 3 kills for Zeldris. I mean, we saw all 3 of those headshots. Those were insane. Very nice shots there from Zeldris to really pull it through for OR. And they take the first round. And these rounds are going to be pivotal for OR here. The reason is because they're up against G2 on split. G2's split is absolutely insane. We've seen them go incredibly insane on split. Their loss to Oxygen I believe, wait, was it a loss to Oxygen? No, their win against, wait, hold on. I'm trying to remember here. Give me a second. Let me pull it up. Yeah, their loss to Oxygen in the mid-season to start it off. Their one map that they got up was split, and it went 13-4. It was not even close. And that just goes to show you how confident G2 is on split. And I believe in their second matchup against Oxygen, they lost split. Yeah, they did lose split that time around. So we started to see a little bit of a shaky split there. But it also could have just been the heat of the moment. We'll see. I imagine our G2's split is still very, very impressive. But we'll see if OR has practiced it enough to put some holes in it. They uploaded some clips of their split game against Disguise to Twitter. I don't know necessarily why they chose those clips, but maybe they just wanted to really intimidate G2 and say, hey, we've been practicing. We're confident on this still. And we'll see how it does end up going. But off of that first pistol round, OR will have the gun advantage here. They should be able to secure the round. Dapper gonna get caught trying to run away from the main. And now the rest of G2 pushing in here. Physic able to really lock down this round so far. Finds the first 2 kills. Jonah continuing to lock it down. Finds 2 and then 3 kills for Jonah. 6 to lock down Heaven and prevent that push in from G2. Only 1 player lost for OR means that only 1 player lost for OR means that this bonus round is going to be decently easy for them to at least get 1 or 2 kills, if not a good amount of kills on G2. We'll see how it goes. Zeldris going to have that Vandal from that previous round, so we'll see if Zeldris can do some good damage here. Nilias being the player that did die for OR, going to be left with the Ghost. Still no kills for Nilias, but has done some good vision and has played well in that Sentinel role so far. G2 looking like they're going to be doing a B push, and Nilias knows this. Here's some sounds. Gets ready to defend it while OR is reading an A hit. And now that Cam confirms there's at least 1 or 2 in the Sage and the Duelist. That may give OR a little bit of a hint. Maybe they want to try and rotate out, but it doesn't look like they will. Jonah 6 going to take out that trap wire, and that prevents G2 from getting that safety that there's no flanks. They do have to be a little bit concerned about that. Potentially cautious. And now G2 getting ready to push into B, but OR has had so much time to rotate, and they've started it. They're going to be there. They're not on site, so G2 will be able to take site control, but they will be in a position to help with this retake. Or start a good retake here. The Sage wall does get broken down, and it prevents that sort of security that G2 may have had, but it's going to be 5v5 where G2 has the player advantage, or the gun advantage. They've got that spike down. Penny going to get warded off, not quite going to find that pick, but Shazam and Oxy really locking down the site. Penny knows where Physic is. Physic may have had the drop, but not going to find the pick. Pancake's looking to do some damage, find the kill on Dapper, but not going to find another Whippy. Able to find that pick there. And G2 takes the round that they should have, and they needed to do it with as minimal, or with minimal player loss, and they did it. They only lost 1 of their players, so that means they're going to be able to full buy once again this round. OR is going to be able to full buy, albeit with a little bit less shield, but it's going to be the first buy round for both of these teams, or where both of these teams are on a buy. And we will see who really takes it through. No ultimates to use, full util. We'll see if these... we'll see which team is really going to start to make a show here. That Cam there for G2 is immediately taken out by Jonah as soon as that wall drops. And Physic trying to go for maybe a little bit of a flank. He was watching mid from Vent. Going to get warded off by that boom bot. Now Oxy getting ready to start this, pushing in through heaven with that boom pack. Going to take out Nilias. No more Cypher to help lock down this site. Jonah 6. Oh, not going to get taken out by the Showstoppers. He's able to take out Oxy before it goes down. Penny going to take out Jonah 6. Physic, though, gets the pick on Shazam. So it's going to be kept even in a 3v3. The spike's going to go down. But Penny and Dapper down just a little bit of health. Being able to heal slightly. Maybe not as much as he would have liked. Now OR pushing in here. 2 coming in from elbow. Dapper and Penny there to lock it down, but only Dapper needs to do anything. Finds both headshots on Zeldris and Pancake. Now she's down to Physic. Goes for the save. Knows that the econ is not very strong. And I think that's a smart move here. They're going to let G2 tie it up. And although OR was able to take the pistol round, looks like G2 are going to have some good econ momentum. Start some good win streaks here. And maybe start their reign here on Split. This is going pretty well. I will say for G2. You know, they did lose that pistol round, but they've been able to recover well with some good money built up. And now this econ momentum is gonna carry through here. OR gonna have to save, and G2 should be able to take the advantage or the lead here pretty easily. Now there is an ultimate for OR, but I don't know if it'll be used here, knowing that they're on a save. Although it could be good to try and gain the advantage here. And we know OR may be able to win some save rounds, but those save rounds we saw them win on Haven were light buys. Light buy saves, and there's not the econ for a light buy save here for OR. That being said, Physic does have a Vandal to utilize, and now that Showstopper's up from Zeldris, we may see that come through. And this push onto B has started. Trapwire gets hit by that boom bot. It means a lack of vision there for OR. But the push has been denied. Some good util. It's going to make G2 a little bit too scared to push on. So they're going to start the rotate over to A, and it's a long rotate for the offense on Split. but they are backed up by the fact that Dapper has gained complete control of Heaven. Dapper able to take Zeldris out. Now going to use that ult. It's good for OR. They're on a save, and they managed to get that ult used. Definitely good for them. This retake's going to be difficult for OR. Site control has been completely given up to G2. Now it's going to be 4v5 where OR just doesn't have a good gun advantage here. Physic, though, able to even out that player count. Takes it Oxy, doesn't take any damage himself. Oh, the gun gonna just barely be spotted by Whippy. The long-range fight gonna go to the Phantom there. Now it's a 1v1 between Pink. No way! No way they miss each other. And Pancakes does win that exchange. But the rest of his team is down. It's just, oh my god! Now it's a 1v1. Pancakes down to 86 HP. Spike going down, though. I don't think there's time here. Has to stick it. Not gonna be able to find the pick either. Barely, maybe could have gotten it. Dapper gets away with the kill and his life. That looked like Pancakes could have clutched it up there. The debut series for Pancakes on OR. He wanted to make a statement and nearly made it there, but still did a pretty decent job. I was about to get out of my seat for that one.
And then Dapper able to finish the job in the end on the 1v1.
But now, 4 ults in the hands of OR, and it's going to be a buy round from them. And they're looking to secure the win. And they have the ults to do so. The preventative ult going to come out, or the preventative ult, that's the right word, comes out from Physic to deny a push into A here. The Viper's Pit going to be there. G2, not going to go A either way. But now, probably definitely not going to go A and start to turn their attention towards B. And mid. The Seekers come out. Now they know there's some on B and mid. Now let's push in, but Pancakes looking to continue to make some statements here. Denies the push in. Does good damage to Shazam and Dapper through that smoke. And although the majority of the ults here have been used by OR, now a 4v2 or a 5v2. Physic coming in for the flank. G2 knows that the Viper ult did go down. Shazam starting what needs to be the retake of sight. Or at the start of a take of sight. They need to get that spike back, but not going to be able to. Both players denied, and OR has tied it back up. Keeping it this even already with the G2 on split. I mean, OR's got to feel good. And they're continuing to dominate, or at least perform, not dominate, but perform much better than anybody was expecting from OR.
So it might be one of those things where it's like, hey, this is our best bet because we literally have no idea what else is going on anywhere else on the map. But yeah, I do feel like sometimes they brute force when they do have time to cancel and regroup.
Tempo towards A ramp and Heaven on top of that. Boombot used to secure the space.
Oh, and G2, we've seen this A push from G2 be so strong, and OR not able to deny it here. G2 is able to take sight.
It's a nice tempo change. This time there was nothing slowing them down. You know, last time over at B side they got shut down by counter utility. This time they got the space and nothing really was able to get in their way. So, and this is when G2's at their best. Like if you don't counter utility off their initial pressure, they are so good at just pouncing on you.
Shazam able to take out Niliaz. And this forced buy from G2 is going to work out for them. Physic able to find 2 though, gets traded off by Oxy. Now all Zeldris has to do is a 1v3 where the spike's about to blow up. It's pretty easy. I don't know why he's not pushing there. Decides to go for the save. Gonna go ahead, run over to B to get that save off. And G2 does take that lead back. OR though has some good econ. They're gonna be able to full buy this round again to combat a full buy, which may come through from G2.
A little bit more of a grasp with this, and obviously, you know, round 6 was a little bit of a fumble in my opinion, but you know, short of losing the pistol round, the follow-up. G2's been pretty dominant so far on the stacking side, which, to be honest, that is
OR Esports goes into timeout. And honestly, there is a little bit to talk about. It's easy to think, all right, 3 to 4. I mean, they've been doing okay. Yeah, but the first two of those 3 rounds were the pistol rounds. And so that means that 4 rounds from G2 have been secured after those pistol rounds. And only 1 from OR after those pistol rounds. That's not great for OR. So they're taking a timeout here. They need to figure out, how to deny that A entry. Because they've been able to deny B and mid pretty well, but then G2 just goes back to A, and it's impossible for OR to figure out how they want to defend that. They just really haven't been able to. And I did say their B defense has been good, but it hasn't been the best. It's been a little bit shoddy. It's been there's been holes in it here and there. There's an ult for OR, an ult for G2. They could use that res however they want to. They may just try and take sight, try and get that res off, I suppose. Although they give the spike to Penny, which is interesting. Because Penny does not need that ult to her, but may just want to play it safe. And they'll probably hand it off if the spike is going to go down. Now it's going to be looking like a mid push. And it looks like OR wants to deny the push through mid, potentially to A. But Oxy digs out Physic. Nobody invents now for OR. Jonah now going to come up to defend Vents himself. The Boombot going to come through. It's probably going to clear that tripwire. No, not quite. It's already been taken out, though. Jonah invents, and G2 just not ready for it. Oxy gets taken out. The res going to come out, though. Looking to deny it. Pancake's going to be able to. Meanwhile, Nilia takes out Whippy. So, Shazam takes out Pancakes, but now going to be down a player despite that res coming through. And Shazam knows that that tripwire is there. May just have to back up and approach through B main. It looks like they're still going to attack B. I think they have time to rotate over to A, but they don't want to risk it. But there are 2 for OR holding B. And now there's not really enough time for G2 to abort and push through A. Although OR is getting wary that it may be an A hit, as they don't really have good A control. But this Cypher util will pretty effectively lock down this site. Never mind, Niliaz playing very exposed. They can just run through, take him out. Now it's going to be a 2v2. I believe that there wasn't a tripwire there. Maybe he was expecting there to be a tripwire. I'm not entirely sure. But it will be a 2v2, and the spike is down, so OR has to play this retake. We'll see how it goes. Zeldris able to take out Dapper. But Zeldris gets down to 1 HP. That head tap long range with the Phantom is difficult there. The Vandal wins that exchange with the heal going to come through. It's actually really clutch in that situation. Shazam going to be able to take out Jonah, though, and now it's a 1v1. But Shazam down to 19 HP. Zeldris sends the boom pack out and runs around to the other side. Well played there for OR. They're going to be able to tie it up here. It was expensive for them, but it was also expensive for G2. And OR has better money there, so I think they'll be able to full buy this round. Going into this round. G2 may have to take a save. Or at the very least a light buy. May not be able to force a buy. And it looks like it will be a light buy. So OR should be in a position to win this round. They may be able to take the lead back into their hands. They haven't had it since those first 2 rounds, the pistol round win. Or those first 2 rounds off of that pistol round win. Which does put OR in a little bit of a tough spot. Here, knowing that they've been struggling since those pistol rounds. But, again, gun advantage here. They should be able to take the lead back, in theory, on paper. But G2 is definitely a force to be reckoned with here. Now, again, 2 ults for either side. But I doubt G2 will want to use theirs, having that gun disadvantage. Jonah does take out Dapper, though. Now it's going to be a 5v4 for OR. Zeke watching Vent. Oh, Shazam doesn't drop, and Physic is ready for the drop. And so Shazam able to find that pick with that Stinger, able to pick up a gun as well, and now it's going to be a 4v4. But Shazam does get pretty low in health, going to have to peek out and try and get the heal, potentially. The Seekers come through, and those ults are going to start to come out here. The Showstopper comes out. It's going to hit Pancakes, but Pancakes does take out Oxy first. Won't matter, though, as now Jonah 6 is alone. Sends the Seekers out. Knows where these players are. Spike is ticking, has to start moving. It's wasted a few bullets here. Knows there's one in elbow, but they do toggle, and so that util comes out. There's no hope for Jonah 6. Just maybe trying to get away with his life, not going to be able to. The save round, or the light buy, does turn into a win for G2. And now OR not going to have the best econ. They're going to have to be on a light buy of their own this round, it looks like.
Confirmation on the second player doesn't really help you out in that situation, I feel like. I think that Seekers being safe would have been the better call in that 1v2.
I mean, this is pretty much what we saw in the last map, though, where both of these teams were able to win their save rounds. The first half looked really shaky for both of the teams, but OR has been able to keep it pretty close. And considering, again, they're against G2 on split, this is a really impressive performance. I'm already impressed. I mean, even if OR is able to, or even if OR doesn't win any of the rest of these rounds, it's still a pretty good performance, at least in this first half.
Again, this is very much his playground, being that Cypher lurk on A of split.
Now G2 getting ready to push into A. They came through mid sewers, and now they're getting ready to come into A. And OR is reading a B hit. It's a bad read. G2 is just going to be able to take site pretty aggressively.
Yeah, it's a clear sight. OR gambling over towards middle and B.
Now screen's just going to get walled off. And it looks like it's going to be a tough retake. It's a 5v5, and the gun advantage is there for G2. Nilia is going to swing. Ooh, Dapper. Shazam swinging to try and take out anybody who hit that trip, but there were so many there, and they got overwhelmed. Now the player advantage there for OR. Oxy able to take out Jonah, though. They've evened that player count out. Oxy going to find one more before it's traded off by Physic. Now it's a 2v2. But, again, that gun advantage really just not there for OR. Physic did pick up a gun, but it's not going to be enough there. Toggling it. He knows that Astra util is going to come out. They're going to swing off of it. Hold across. May not matter. Pancake's able to take out Penny. Pancakes takes it, but there's no time. Pancake's not going to be able to get away either. Just barely. I mean, he wouldn't have been able to TP either way. But, yeah, that round does go to G2, and they've secured the 6th round, which means it's impossible for OR to gain the advantage going to the next half. But if OR wants to push for it, they may be able to tie it up going into the next half. And they're going into a bye. So they can really try and start to push for it if they want to. This is starting to look really, really powerful for OR. I mean, again, it's not a dominant performance, but it's still a good performance, again, considering who they're up against. And G2's offense on split, we know, is just deadly. But OR's been good at denying those easy pushes we typically see. Physic gonna go for the Viper's Pit to deny a push through A main, but it's not gonna stop 2 from coming heaven. Will Jonah be ready for it? Not quite. Dapper gonna be able to take Jonah 6 out. Now, it's left to 2 on site to lock it down, both in that Viper's Pit. And G2 is getting ready to push into A. 2 on either side, but the Obono gonna try and get some vision there.
And like you said, the defense is basically just boxed in on this Viper's Pit.
And G2 knows that Viper's Pit is hard to play around, so they decide to take that spike through mid. I don't know if they're going to take it through mid, through vents. If that's the angle, I'm not entirely sure what they might be going for. Oxy and Dapper still just watching and locking down A, though. A heaven. I don't know if OR would be ready for that necessarily, although Nilias is definitely looking at the possibility. But it looks like he will be pushed into vents, but there is a trip that will be tripped. Now they know they're going to start pushing through vents to mid. But it could also be a vice versa. But now that they've seen that util come out on B, now they know it's not a vice versa push from mid to A. Early pick there for Zeldris. Goes for the ult, gets denied by Whippy. Oxy able to take out Pancakes as well, and now it's going to be a 2v4. Spike does go down. Nobody's going to be able to deny it. But OR going to be in a really tough spot here. Nilias takes out Whippy. Takes no damage in the process. Now it's going to be a 2v3. Shazam, though, takes out Nilias. Now it's a 1v3. Dapper just jump peeking out. Physic trying to read it. Take him out. Not going to be able to, though. And, yeah, there's no time. Physics just going to have to back up here. And G2 will take the advantage going into the next half. And now OR starting to look abysmal in this performance. They're not going to be able to tie it up like they did on Haven. Not going to be able to pull through like they did. And G2's split starting to look really solid, just like it always did in Split 1 and in the mid-season. But OR, like, still putting up a pretty decent performance. 4 rounds against G2. That's pretty decent, especially on G2's offense on Split. It's difficult to play against, to say the very least. We'll see how OR decides to play this, though. OR getting ready to push into... Or, sorry, G2 getting ready to push. It looks like doing a little bit of a split, but mostly going to be going into B here. And it doesn't look like they're going to be sending any through mid. Now, it's a light buy here from OR. I mean, it's a forced buy. But not all of them are going to be able to have guns here. Jonah with that Guardian. Trying to flick up. Does spot Dapper, but not going to be able to flick up. Doesn't take any damage himself, though. It's definitely good for him. Still just a little bit low in health, though. There was some early engagement in B Garage.
And Dapper continues to be a thorn in their side on the A side. Now he's actually getting all the way up into A Heaven. Doesn't want to
Dapper not quite going to be able to push him into A Heaven. Now, OR did back up off of that position, knowing that it may be a push from Dapper. And they may try and take site control. And because G2 still hasn't pushed or started a push into B site, they're still worried that maybe Dapper will have taken site control. And Niliat's going to be able to take out Dapper. Does take quite a bit of damage in the process, though. And now this push onto B site has started. Now that OR knows there's at least 2 on A. They know it's not going to be a lot of pushback here. Oxy able to take out Physic, and now it's a 3v4 for OR. This is going to be difficult here. If they can just secure one more, they may be in a good spot. But Oxy able to take out Zeldris, and this retake going to start to be denied. Nilly is able to find 2, a 4th. Needs an ace to secure the round. Asher Util comes out. Whippy. It's 1v1. Spike's starting to tick down. Whippy has to peek, and the pressure of the moment hits the headshot, but just barely. Not going to be enough. This round does go to G2, although it looked like maybe it was going to be a clutch there from Nilias.
10 rounds or something like that. So really nice once they got their economy in order. They were very dominant.
We've seen Pancakes almost get an insane clutch. We've seen Nilias almost get an insane clutch, but OR just not quite able to find those clutches. G2 really good at denying them. Now the score is going to be 4-8 as we move into the second half. Although OR was kind of able to deny the aggressive offense from G2, it may not be enough. OR needs an 8-round comeback to get to that 12th round in this half. It'll be more than difficult. It's a very uphill battle, especially knowing they're up against G2's split. It'll be very, very difficult. We're getting ready for, it looks like a mid-push here, coming in through main. There is one going, B main for OR. Did I say coming into main? Coming into mid. Shazam gonna be able to take out Physic B main, speaking of B main. And now it's gonna be a 4v5 for OR. It looks like they're gonna pivot and move towards A. Ooh, Whippy may get flanked here. They're just barely gonna move in time. I don't know if they heard OR there, but they definitely may be wary. Spike is on Jonah, so Jonah's just gonna play back, hoping his team can help take site. Whippy on site gets full blinded. That push gonna be good. Pancake starts the take of site by taking out Dapper in CT. On site, Whippy's taken out. There's quite a bit of damage to Nilias. Still a good push there. Pancake's pushing up, hoping to find a pick, staring at the wall. Interesting choice. Or maybe expecting a flash to come out from the bird. But it doesn't come out. Now 3 kills for G2, and this retake has started. And Nilia is just going to get wallbanged because he's spotted, and 3 kills for Shazam to really lock down that round. And the pistol round, which OR would have needed to try and get this comeback started, not going to come through. And G2 going to take it, and they're going to be looking to really ensure this half goes in their favor. They do not want a 2-0 loss here. And, yeah, they definitely want to see that third map. I gave OR a 2% chance of winning this. I'll stick by that. I think it's still a 2% chance of OR winning this map. Just with how strong G2 has continued to perform on Split. Although maybe a little bit weaker than they would have liked on their offense. Still a pretty good performance. Interestingly, though, OR is forcing here. I don't agree with that decision. I typically don't agree with forcing after a pistol round loss. I think there's minimal situations where it may work. But Zeldris getting hit by that grenade early is definitely not proving that it might work here. Penny locks it off early. And Oxy with that judge can take out Pancakes and Zeldris. We were just talking about before this how many judge kills Oxy has gotten with that judge. You know OR is scared here. It's a 3v4 here for OR. Whichever team loses this is going to be in a really bad spot economy-wise. Both teams did force here. Trap comes through. Nilia is going to be in a good spot. Catch them off guard. Able to take out Dapper and Oxy. Benny going to try and lock it down. Able to trade off. Nilia is now to 1v1. The Stinger not going to win that exchange. The gun diff, very apparent. Shazam secures it, but all but one of the players dies for G2. Doesn't matter, as OR's Econ not going to be in a spot for full buy off of a force that they did not win, although it looked like maybe they could have taken it. The gun diff in Shazam having that Vandal really shined through, or shone through, really did shine through there. And now G2 gonna continue to dominate this lead. Should be able to take another round as well. Get to that 11th round, which puts OR in an even worse off position. And yeah, G2 should be able to secure this round. OR going to be on a save. It's really just not looking strong for them. And if I'm OR, I'm like, alright, this map might be done. Sage wall comes out. They do decide to break it, and they're able to punish Penny. Pancake's going to find that pick on Penny, but Oxy is still holding Mail with that judge. No, OR doesn't know this, but still good for them because they're not going to push Mail. That was a good choice for them. They're not gonna risk. Now they're gonna move their attention towards A, and it looks like G2 may be ready for that. We got 2 on A, and those Seekers come out, and now they know it's a bit of an A push. G2 gonna be in a pretty good spot here to defend this site. That util gonna be really useful because OR is now gonna have to have a really slow push here, which gives G2 that time to rotate over. Now OR's push can be really, really tough here. Although they do have that player advantage, the time is ticking down. G2's been able to rotate. Ooh, Shazam gonna get the long range stingered. Vizik gonna win that exchange with Dapper, and now it's a 4v2. Oh, and they're running in to try and rotate. The worst possible decision they could have made. The judge on Oxy. OR, that was just really unlucky there. And that judge gonna finish it off. Oxy with 4 kills, and that judge, all of them in those last 10 seconds. It was just not at all what OR would have wanted. They could have secured that safe round win, but they decided to rotate, and that was a really bad choice. It would have been good under normal circumstances where there isn't a judge player hiding in mid. But there is a judge player hiding mid, so that wasn't a good choice. Still a good showing from OR on a save. Nearly won it. Now they're going to be on a full buy against G2. We'll see how this goes. Oxy's still going to have that judge. Still going to look deadly with that judge. Now the flashes come through, and G2 is getting ready to push. Or, sorry, defend mid. What am I saying? OR getting ready to push into mid. But they do leave that spike in B lobby. And it's going to be a little bit of a split push, looking for that early engagement, maybe from Niliaz or Physic in those main entrances to site before they start pushing maybe one direction through mid. Now that Judge not going to be mid on Oxy this go around. Sage wall going to be destroyed. Oh, Physic pushing out, going to get spotted. That gun just barely peeking out. Penny can take advantage of that. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for OR. Nilias, though, going to take out Oxy. No Judge at play there. So A-Site's pretty much been given up. Now the spike still hasn't been picked up by OR. They've left it in B lobby. It looks like they may just want to take it, pick it up, and take it through vents to A Heaven. But Shazam takes out Zeldris to try and regain Heaven control. But Nilias takes out Whippy. Going to be kept even, but Shazam takes out Nilias. No longer going to be kept even, but that spike's already been taken over to A. It looks like G2 knows this. Ooh, the cam just going to barely catch Pancakes, though. Could have had a good lurk. And off of that, G2 now going to start rotating over towards B. And it looks like that's where OR has headed. And there's 9 seconds left, 8 seconds left. Jonah has to go for the plant. He's going for it. Will Pancakes be able to defend? No, the flash comes through. Not actually going to be able to find the pick. But Vix will inevitably come through. 2 players left alive for G2. Not great, but they're going to take a win. And OR had just forced a buy, so their econ's not going to be in a good spot. And it looks like G2 are going to take a pretty dominant win here on Split. You know, the typical, in typical G2 fashion, performing dominantly on Split. Having a flawless defense is really impressive. OR taking a timeout. And, yeah, they're going to need an 8-round win streak here. Taking a timeout. They've already used one. Have they used one? Yeah, I think so. But they're going to need 8 in a row here. And, I don't think they can do it. I'm going to be honest. I've lost all confidence in them. That 2% chance that I did give them initially at the beginning of this map has gone down to a 1% chance to make this comeback. I don't think there's any hope for them. If I'm them, not only would I be losing hope, I just think their entire team should be losing hope. I really just don't think there is much hope for them here. And OR will be able to put up a little bit of a show. They're going to be able to force here. They've got 3 ults to use. This timeout definitely going to be utilized to figure out how they want to play this just in this next round, and how they want to strategize and play positionally, because that last round looked really sloppy. The split was weird. The rotation choices have been interesting from the IGL calls. Just telling them to rotate. I believe Jonah 6 is the IGL. I haven't agreed with all of these rotate choices, especially, you know, when they rotated right into the Judge. But of course, they couldn't have known that Judge was there. Now they're going to be pushing once again, looking at mostly through mid. Now there's a showstopper on Oxy, and he's holding that B Heaven. He may want to just try and use it. Decides not to, though. He's going to play back and get into that CT spawn, defense spawn, and get ready to possibly rotate towards A. And they've read this A split well. And Oxy's going to take Pancakes out. No hope of OR pushing through vents through Pancakes. Heaven control not going to be given up. Now OR down a player. It's going to be difficult to say the very least. Boombot comes out. Oxy going to move back. They know OR maybe pushed up a little bit here. Now that showstopper comes out that I was talking about, and it finds 2. Now it's a 2v5 for OR. And there is Heaven control given, but the spike is down. Shazam going to take out Zeldris. Zeldris definitely had the drop there, but just with how close that contact was. Physic left alone, pushing very far back. He knows it's the last round, right? Oxy going to win that exchange. 4 kills for Oxy in that round, and that's going to secure the flawless final round for G2 to really close it up there. And, yeah, I thought maybe after that first half, or I had a shot of maybe keeping it close, but no hope after that point. Well played, though. I will give G2 that. Or, sorry, OR that. They definitely gave it their best shot in that first half, but going into the second half, it just wasn't. It just didn't look cohesive at all. It looked very sloppy. They did not know how to play offensive on Split, and especially against a team like G2, which has so much practice on Split and knows how to put that defense together. It just wasn't going to go the way of OR, to say the very least. This next map, though, we're going to move into Lotus, and it should be pointed out, OR did win the other 3-site map of Haven, 13-9, and so I think OR might have a shot on Lotus, but after such a disappointing loss on Split, I'm going to go back to my, you know what, I'll give OR a 25% chance of beating out OR here on Lotus. But regardless of if OR wins or not, they've already put up a really solid performance against that currently number 3 team, but also could be considered the number 2 team after beating out the Guard in mid-season. They've already put up a really solid performance considering who they're up against, and already playing better than Mad Lion played against Moist Moguls yesterday, so or 2 days ago. So they're really starting to put up a good performance here. They're really starting to get this ball rolling in what needs to be a little bit of an impressive show. That being said, in order for OR to have a hope of qualifying for playoffs, they need to I'll pull it up here. But they need to first of all, they need to beat out FaZe Clan and Mad Lions, which after their performance against G2 so far, just looking at these past 2 maps, may be possible. And then they also need to beat either G2, the Guard, or Moist Moguls. And these need to be dominant wins. That would definitely help their their chances here. But yeah, so OR needs to perform super well against G2, the Guard, G2, the Guard, or Moist Moguls. They need to get a win there against one of these 3 teams. Their first match is against G2. First matches back from going into Split 2. It's gonna be rough for everyone. And so it's looking like it may not go OR's favor, so they need to either beat Moist Moguls or the Guard, who are looking to be really powerful opponents. Obviously, the Guard was already going to be powerful, but Moist Moguls especially looking to be pretty powerful there. Even though they didn't perform super well in mid-season, they did perform pretty well. I think they got a map up on M80. They definitely outperformed most people's expectations. So what I'm trying to say is, OR does not have a really or a big chance. They don't have the biggest chance here of qualifying for playoffs. And they're gonna have to perform well against G2, the Guard, or Moist Moguls, and get a win against G2, the Guard, or Moist Moguls, in addition to beating out FaZe Clan and Mad Lions, which I think is possible. But that in and of itself will be a difficult task for OR. So now that we're looking at these 3 teams, I think that'll be even more of a difficult task. And I just don't think OR has hope of qualifying for playoffs. They come into Split 2. They've got 0 circuit points, or sorry, 1 circuit point right now. So yeah, it's difficult to say at the very least. I think M80 may have secured themselves a spot in let me see this here. Oh, you look at my pick'ems. I was wrong about Disguised. But yeah, you can see this here. Let me pull this up here.
Forget their in-game settings. The fan zone encompasses fan banners, a player's settings channel.
Oh, they're just doing the little ad for their Discord. But yeah, if we just want to look, I believe at the points so far here. If you look at Split 1, M80's got 20 points plus the 10 points, so they've got 30 points right now. They definitely could still not take first place going into the playoffs, but I think they have a confirmed spot in the playoffs at this point. At this point, Split 2 is sort of just for show for them. I think there's no hope of them disqualifying, even if they lost all the next. And I don't expect them to lose all the next. So yeah, on paper, it looks like M80 can be very happy in the fact that coming into Split 2, there's pretty much no chance that they don't qualify for playoffs. It's just going to be about continuing to get that formidable reign. But let's go ahead and take a listen here.
But that was, I mean, a big caveat.
I mean, it seemed like they had some answers for Dapper's Lurk on the one side of that. They were shutting down his cam very consistently, and it seemed like they had like a pretty good read about him. But it felt like when G2 weren't getting countered like on their initial push out, once they got that space, they just were, I mean, destroying. And they 8 out of 10 post plants. I mean, come on, like they were on top of it. I mean, again, if they don't lose pistol, this thing could have been over real quick.
Yeah,
and it still was over really quick.
Yeah,
to be fair.
There's those numbers for you, Dust.
Look at
I
that,
mean,
411.
411, huh?
That is
411. That's not bad.
Is that the highest we've seen? I know that Koala had a 400 plus game across a BO3 though. I'm pretty sure, but no, it was in the 300s. It was 400 on a map last split, but that might actually have surpassed it because I think it was like 405. So 411 could be the new benchmark for a top level performance. Bear in mind that's 411 with Shazam putting up 300.
Yeah,
I was just about to say the same thing. He still went double positive. Like this was, I think some people would look at that scoreboard and say that was almost a 2v5. I mean, they were doing everything, especially in rounds that G2, I mean, we're just taking over from. It's just like no one could get through those two guys. They were unguardable, so to speak. So, I mean, the numbers, unbelievable for Oxy. And the same thing can be said about, this team supporting behind him. It's been a lot of good assistance, a lot of good utility play still coming through. But when you've got your Rays taking over a map like Split and you're not able to put together something like that of your own, it's so hard to battle back into that map.
There was even a small amount of, I don't want to call it luck, just happenstance, where Oxy found himself in a good position just sort of by accident. One of the few rounds I casted there, as I dusted off the mic, it was very covered in cobwebs, by the way.
It's the same mic you use for hosting. I don't understand.
I took it off
and
spun it backwards. I had it goes the other way when I cast. It's important. But he comes out of heaven and he goes in towards ropes and he's got a shotgun as they're coming up ropes from the other side. You've got one player.
Okay, Bog, you haven't casted him. I think they had to sub them out. There's some issues
the fourth
there,
comes
but...
up the ropes.
Yeah.
It couldn't have been easier. He basically turns the corner and finds defenseless targets with a shotgun. It was literally like it could have been designed for a video to display the power of the judge. So as we look at the series, we got to remind ourselves, map 2, yeah, it didn't go their way, but map 1 did. It was a win for OR on Haven, but now we go to Lotus. And that's when we stick the pen in our mouths and make a very smart-looking face, because I don't think a lot of us know what to expect out of Lotus, so we're going to pretend to be smart by looking that way, Dust.
Yeah, this is a tough one because the other team has really played it a lot. I mean, obviously, OR Esports has a completely new roster almost with 2 new players going to the board. And even with their core 3, they've only played it one time. Lost to Mad Lions, pretty one-sided. G2, they've kind of seen, the Dr. Jekyll and the Mr. Hyde of it, right? I mean, they had a huge loss, Oxg Esports, in the upper quarters, but then came back and beat Moist Moguls in close fashion. They were doing this weird thing where they had, Shazam playing Omen, which was like a really interesting kind of situation. And again, it was one of those weird situations where it felt like Penny was kind of getting put in like a crazy new role as well. He was playing Sky for like the first time ever. So it was really interesting to see how that all played out. But who knows? It's a crapshoot in my opinion.
It was a really weird map of Valorant. I'll say that much, because they were also going into a jet where Sim honestly just popped off in that series, if I remember right. But the other thing was, like, it never really felt, even though Oxy was finding value with the Rays, it never really felt convincing enough for them to sit there and say, defensively, we're going to be able to take away consistent space. It always felt like Moist Moguls were in a really good spot to kind of continue to battle up against them on the map. So even though that was one of their wins that they had, it still felt strange to see that composition come through. And that's where my focus, I think, is going to be first and foremost, is will G2 play something a little bit more kind of standard? Again, hard to say, because honestly, this map has kind of gone as a bit of a question mark, I think, when it comes to a quote-unquote full-on meta for the map overall compositionally.
This is the smart face, by the way.
Oh, I like it.
The only way it could be smarter is if I had a monocle and a top hat. Basically, Mr. Peanut.
I feel like you're the kind of person...
just like Mr. Peanut,
yeah, exactly.
Do you own a monocle and a top hat? This is...
No, but I should. I don't know why I don't.
Why not?
I don't know why I don't.
That's actually unbelievable.
I'm about to go on Amazon as this game
just
goes
paste
live.
me your... No, just paste me like your wish list, and I'll get it for you. I'll get you a monocle.
Oh man, I have.
Shit's got the top hat.
Daddy Dust coming in as well. Oh, that's wonderful. I definitely will actually send you that. I'm not even joking. If you actually bought me it, I will wear it on broadcast.
I'm poor, so I'm definitely not going to buy it.
Okay, well then I'll have to get one myself. Where do you even buy a monocle? That's beside the point.
On eBay.
I guess
eBay.
Yeah, I guess eBay. Yeah, you can find gaming gear there at up to 50% off. That's a thing. So maybe they have monocles as well. But we look at the sample size for both teams, and Lotus, It's small, man. It's small for OR Esports. It's small for G2. You mentioned the changes that G2 made. I actually like them. I didn't think that Shazam playing a controller was really that bad. I actually thought it worked out pretty nicely.
I still just don't think there's a chance for OR. Like, even though we don't have a whole lot of data for Lotus, we know it can be shaky for G2. I don't think we have any data for Lotus for OR. Maybe we have like one or two. I'm not sure. I don't think we have any though. And so with such a small data pool and a small data set, although we don't know necessarily what exactly to expect, I still expect a G2 win here. Because it looks to me like OR practiced super heavily on Haven, and then they're like, all right, let's pick it. Let's pull this out. And now they're gonna go into Lotus, and they're like, well, we know how to play a little bit on 3-site maps. And to be fair, their defense is what really shone through for them on Haven, so maybe it'll shine through for them on Lotus. But it's also a very offense-sided map, and we know OR can be a little bit weaker on their offense versus G2, who can be pretty strong on their defense. And although Haven is also an offense-sided map, Lotus is even more so of an offense-sided map. So I definitely don't anticipate this going the way of OR. And I mean, there's an argument to be made that maybe, but I still do not expect this series at all to go to OR. If they get their first win and it's here against G2, I will. I mean, I'll be astonished, and that'll be it. I'll be astonished, and I'll move on. So yeah, but we'll see how it goes though. As I think we're getting ready to start it here, I imagine.
They ended up looking really good in their first map. Not just like getting lucky or individual performance. As a team, they performed really well. It's hard to remember that after watching Split because it feels like maybe Split wasn't so good. But like Dust said, Shift, they had good looks. They had prep there. They were trying. Sure. They were just getting shut down by G2.
I mean, think about the differences between the maps, too. Like, Split compared to Haven.
Exactly.
Very different styles of maps. Lotus compared to Haven, not terribly different. So maybe there's something there when it comes to them trying to spread the map a little bit, pull focus in multiple spots, and kind of G2.
All right, let's just get into it. Enough talk. We could talk all day and stall and cope about how maybe OR can win it, but at the end of the day, I don't think they're going to take it. Gecko pick from Physic. All right, this will be interesting. Yeah, this is really interesting, to say the very least. It looks like we're going to have a Raze for both Zeldris and Oxy, a Viper for both Jonah and Whippy, a Killjoy for both Niliaz and Dapper, but that's where the differences, or the similarities end. Pancake's going to be on Harbor versus Shazam with the Omen, Physic with a Gecko, and Penny on Sky. We've yet to see Gecko in Challengers. We didn't see it come out at all this week. We saw it a little bit in Game Changers, but it did not have very much success. We'll see if OR has magically figured out how to effectively use Gecko. I think Lotus is a map where Gecko can definitely shine through, but when we have seen Gecko used effectively, and I'm going to point it mostly over to Game Changers because that was the first tournament where you could use Gecko. But when we're looking at Gecko's effective use, it wasn't about just, all right, let's throw him in and then hopefully he'll plant. It was, we've taken site control, we'll give Wingman that spike and he can plant it, but we're defending him like he's any other player planning. And so, there's a little bit of good util usage, but for the most part, the way you are solid with Gecko is not by just saying, hey, Wingman, go plant the spike. It's, all right, let us really take control here of the site, and then we'll give Wingman the spike. So we'll see if OR will follow suit with that, or if we'll see a little bit of more risky, let's send Wingman in with the spike, or if we'll see Wingman go in at all. It's definitely possible we don't have that happen, because Gecko does have other abilities, although Wingman probably the one most people want to talk about. There are other abilities. The smoke comes through here, and now the entry is started. Zeldris and Pancake's going to start it off early, getting that spike, getting into sight, and Wingman is going to be able to plant, and pretty much what I said needs to happen did. They took site control before sending Wingman into plant, and then they just defend him like they would any other player. Just allow that spike to go down. Ooh, Physic just barely going to be able to catch Dapper or find that pick. 2 players left alive for G2. It's going to be a difficult 2v5, to say the very least. Penny able to take out Zeldris. Physic takes out Shazam. Now Penny alone in a 1v3. Reloading. Gets caught even after picking up a new gun. Still going to have to reload that. Jonah going to take Penny out. 3 players left alive for OR. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good pistol round to start off. But this is an offense-sided map. So we do expect the offense to take the advantage going to the next half. It's just up to G2 to deny as good of an advantage as possible for OR. But we also know how strong G2 is and could definitely has the potential to pull through and gain the advantage going to the next half, despite G2 being on defense. But we'll see as these rounds progress. I mean, it's only been 1 round. We don't know exactly how it's going to go. Now, this is going to be a force buy from OR. They should be able to win. Physic takes out Oxy. Penny takes out Physic for a trade. Zeldris able to trade that off, but Whippy and Dapper locking it down. A good read places so many on A, and now it's going to be a 2v3 for the remaining OR players. And it looks like they're anticipating a rotate off of site. Maybe they anticipated the spike had been picked up. Actually, I think they left the spike down potentially in a lobby. Oh, and I thought G2 was going to rotate towards C, but they didn't. Jonah going to clear sight. Now it's a 2v2, but Dapper takes out Jonah for a trade, and now it's a 2v1. And Ilias does not have the spike. It'll be difficult to say the least. Has a Bulldog, gun advantage, but it won't matter. The health's not there, and Dapper did 3 kills this round to lock it down. And that second round win off of that pistol is denied for G2, which means OR takes an immediate... Sorry, is denied for OR, which means G2 takes an immediate... econ bonus, and it's a pretty good econ bonus. Now going to be able to full buy and take a little bit of a bonus themselves this round. OR not going to be able to put up much of a fight. Going to have to save. See Nilias with a Spectre. And, you know, we'll see how this goes. G2 able to find that round win is definitely going to be good for them. They were able to deny that push really, really effectively. And then they did not get baited by the slow follow-up by OR and decided to just run it A. Or stick it A. There you go. And OR was red. It's taken out. Clean push there. The Gecko util comes through. The only issue with a lot of Gecko's abilities is they can just be shot and immediately taken out. You see that come through, so the flash not going to go through. Wingman going for the plant. They let him get in. The Viper, the Viper's snake bite just barely stops him. And like I said, the way you need to effectively use Gecko, from what we know, is not to just send Wingman in with the spike. You need to defend Wingman well, because otherwise you just leave the spike open to the opponent, and that's what happens there. Penny pushing out, going to catch the flank, and this round quickly and easily goes to OR. That effective usage of Gecko, like I talked about, does not come through in this round. They just try and send him in for a Hail Mary. It does not pull through. This round does go to G2, and now they've taken the lead. Now OR are going to be on a bye. It's going to be a bye from both sides. And we're on the 4th round now. Pretty late to have the first full bye from both sides. But it will be here. Although it looks like G2 is going to be taking bonus for the most part. Going to have 2 of their players with Bulldogs that they've been able to keep in order to stabilize G2's econ. And honestly, I think that's smart. When you're on the defense of Lotus, you know you're at a disadvantage. So just trying to keep whatever advantage you can get is definitely a smart move. Jonah pretty early on denies Whippy an early push out, maybe even getting an early orb. Able to find that pick on Whippy. So now it's going to be a 5v4 for OR. They were looking at an A push. It looks like they still are. But that Omen one-way did push them back just a little bit. Now Oxy pushed up aggressively, gonna have to defend. Ooh, whiffs that first ADS shot, and now Physic gonna take Oxy out. Now it's gonna be 3v5 for G2. But again, it's a bit of a bonus for G2. So even if they lose this, their econ will be in a really nice spot. So what they should just be trying to do is get as many kills onto OR as possible, knowing OR's econ is not really in a good spot to afford a lot of players lost here. Wingman going to be sending in with the spike once again. Heads right into the Killjoy Nanoswarm. Still going to be able to get that plant off, though. Well played. Wingman gonna be protected there. The orb goes off as well to deny some good vision for G2. Although a little bit of an interesting choice to put that orb there. Zeldris gonna be holding right exactly where Dapper is. Physic takes out Shazam in the meanwhile. And he takes out Physic for a trade. Dapper gonna win that exchange with Zeldris. Now it's gonna be a 2v3. And the Nanostorm does push them back a little bit. Spike gets tapped, and now the shooting does come through to confirm to G2 that it will be a main ult here. The Viper's Snakebite also comes through. And in combination with that Cloud, not going to do a whole lot. Penny able to take out Niliaz. Pancakes takes out Penny, and now it's a 1v2, and OR just runs away because they know there's no time for G2 to defuse. And I did say what G2 needed to do was get as many kills as possible on OR, and they did it. The majority of OR's players die, and even though they win, their econ's not going to be in a super sustainable place here. Now there are 2 ults in play right now, one for OR with Physic, and one for Penny with that Sky ultimate. Now, it will be a full buy from both sides, but OR will not be able to afford full shield. No longer a bonus round for G2 though, and they've decided to go all out. They've gotten that operator, and it's on Oxy, which will be positioned in C, hoping to deny any early aggression that OR may be trying to do. But some that Viper wall decides G2 just decides to back up. The one way with that Omen smoke also just not gonna allow OR to push out, so they don't. So G2 backs up. Oxy's gonna bring that op over to B. Maybe in time to catch Niliaz. We'll see. There are 2 looking to maybe push this. Oxy's pushing up, hoping to maybe find this pick here. Gonna continue to push up. Gonna peek right into the crosshair. Gonna be able to find the pick. No punishment or trade gonna come through from Jonas. So now it's gonna be a 5v4 for G2. And the rotate through breakable is gonna come through to B though, and I think they're gonna be able to take site here. No wingman to plant this time around. Instead, the Gecko ult comes through, and Oxy doesn't get hit by it, but does miss the shot to break it. Pancake's gonna punish that miss. Take him out. Now it's gonna be a 4v4. Oh, Whippy with the flank. Oh, it doesn't matter. The trigger discipline was good, but not able to cash in on it. Now it's gonna be 2v5. Shazam starting a little bit of a clutch here. Oh, able to take out Pancakes and Zeldris. Now it's a 1v2 for Jonah. Now it's a 1v1. Oh, trying to take out the turret, it looked like, but gonna find the pick on Dapper. I don't even know what just happened. The Viper's Pit now gonna be up for Jonah, and OR secures another round. Although a good portion of their players are lost, they're still gonna be able to afford a buy here, but it will mean that that was just an expensive round, and the econ stabilization that maybe OR is hoping to get at this point has been denied. But OR has taken the lead back after that first pistol round. And there's gonna be 3 ults for OR to use this round. They did use one last round. That Gecko ult did come through, and it did not pay off. But 3 ults for OR could be utilized well here.
OR team, man, looking feisty. But they're going to be tested this time off of G2 trying to take Mound early here through C, and they're going to be successful in this endeavor.
Indeed they are. Gonna keep a forward
now OR getting ready for these pushes here. The spike in an offense side. And Penny sends that Skydog out, trying to look for some easy vision. Does get denied, sees a little bit. Spike is actually near A, and it gets picked up, and they're going to turn their attention, it looks like, back towards C. Now, it is being watched by Oxy, but they may just be able to take that out. Let's see. Could be some util usage. They decide to dry peek with the help of the... Okay, man. Oxy shooting through the smoke. Gonna find the headshot on Zeldris to get an easy kill there. Nilia's lurking in B. Gonna push through the smoke. Whippy ready for it. Won't matter, though. Nilia's gonna win that exchange. The Omen ult from Shazam to try and gain some vision is gonna be good. And now they ult to try and rotate over towards B. The Harbor ult comes through as well, going through that door. But they do decide to just run it back to C. The Viper's Pit comes out. Wingman going for the plant. He can't get head tap. Doesn't matter. They're just going to shoot him through the smoke. Nilia's going to be able to take out Oxy. Shazam takes out Pancakes, though. So it's going to be kept even in a 3v3. The spike does go down, and they're pushing Penny. They want to punish, know that she's blind as well. They do punish. Meanwhile, though, Shazam takes out Niliaz to prevent that push through water. It's going to be a 2v2. The Defender Lockdown comes out, could help with this retake, and the Viper's Pit is no longer being played. That Lockdown did come out to counter the Viper's Pit, but it does go down now, and they realize, okay, nobody was there. Spike's still not going to be diffused yet. Snakebite's there to prevent just a little bit of buffer, or give them a little bit of time. Dapper just going to hold it. Oh, not quite going to be able to stick it. Jonah going to get that kill. And 2 players left alive for OR. Another expensive round, but these rounds have started to pick up, giving them some good momentum. And it looks like OR may be having a good offense here on Lotus. And they've got 2 ults, 2 more ults. I believe they used 2 that round to try and secure it. Able to save 1, and the lockdown got up for OR as well. So there's going to be 2 ults for OR to try and use. And it looks like G2 taking a timeout. It's a well-timed timeout. I've been thinking recently about how timeouts could actually be more useful for your opponent than it could be used for you. And I think on Haven we actually saw that, where G2 took a timeout, but it's actually more useful for OR than it was for G2. And so this is a timeout that I would call well-timed for 2 reasons. One, it's at a time when G2 needs it to try and fix these holes, but it's also at a time when OR has been playing strong enough that they don't really need a timeout, which means G2 is not providing a timeout for OR. Because if you take a timeout, your opponent also gets to use that opportunity as a timeout. So the fact that OR doesn't have anything that they super need to work on does provide G2 with a little bit of a better spot here. Now, again, 2 ults for OR to use, 1 ult for G2. There's 3 total ults in play. Both teams have a showstopper, and it being a save round for G2, they may actually decide to use that showstopper to try and find a little bit of leeway here. We've seen both of these teams win save rounds, and I think OR knows this, that it could be, G2 may try and push for a save round win here, so they're just going to be a little bit safer here. Spike going to be left in CT. And 2 on B for G2. Now, typically what you'll see on Lotus is a 2-1-2 setup, meaning 2 on C, 1 on B, and 2 on A. But G2 going for a little bit of a non-traditional setup here, putting 2 on B. This could be okay, except that A is a pretty massive site, meaning actually, I take that back. It's not a massive site, but it's difficult for the defense to rotate quickly without going through defender spawn, which makes it a long rotate, unless they want to go through stairs, and even then it's difficult. Or they could try and take break. But what I'm trying to say is A is a hard site to rotate onto effectively for defense here, which means as this site has been taken, now it's a save run for G2, and OR has used 2 ults already to try and secure it. They did not use that Gecko ult, I don't think. I thought maybe I saw it come out, but they did not quite use it. It's definitely good. Oh, there's some lag. I don't know if that's the observer or the server or what. Now that Gecko ult does come through, it's not going to detain anyone, I don't think. Okay, there. Now that showstopper, which I did say may come out from Oxy, does. Physique, though, going to be able to trade it off. Which means it's going to be an even 4v4. Nilia's going to be able to take out Penny. Physic going to take out Dapper. Shazam pushing through the smoke, going to get taken out. Trying to stick the spike and maybe defuse it. Not going to be able to. Pancakes takes out Whippy. And OR secures another round. That save round not going to go the way of G2. And OR did decide to use all of their ults. They were able to get the Gecko ult up that round as well, which meant they had 3 to utilize, and they used all of them, which is, honestly, from G2's perspective, they're probably going to be thinking, all right, that's a successful save. They got 3, which was all of OR's ults. They're not really close to any additional ults, which is pretty good for G2. Like that's going to be good for G2 here, and it's a good position for them to be in. Now, however, OR going to be aggressing B here. Shazam going to be on the site to try and defend it. Now getting backed up by the teammates. Oh, they see Dapper coming in. This observer is lagging. Zeldr's able to take out Dapper. Now it's going to be a 4v5. It's going to be 4v5. And site control has pretty much entirely been given up. They do, by OR, is what I'm trying to say. So G2 is allowed to take the site, but OR is okay playing this close plant. Oh, and we see why. Pancakes coming in from Breakable, gonna find 3. Nilia is able to take out Whippy to finish it off as well. Only 4 players lost, and that was a buy round from G2, just to remind you. It looked like maybe that was a save round with how poorly G2 did perform there, but it was not. That was a buy there from G2. So that's definitely not what they want to see there, with how well that was executed from OR. A tech pause coming through. I believe that's the Observer taking the tech pause with that lag that we just saw. You know, makes sense.
Hopefully it won't be too long here. As Whippy's having an
just even out your ping, you know, maybe change Wi-Fi's or something. I don't know. Get off the 5G. Switch to the main Wi-Fi or something. Yeah, but OR already able to secure that 6th round. It's a very important round, like I was talking about, because it means your opponent can't gain the advantage going to the next half. And OR, with how well they've been playing, they may be in a position to get this lead and make it a pretty substantial lead. I mean, for OR, again, with who they're up against, I think 7-5 may even be a good amount. Obviously, as much as possible is good, but 8-4 would be really solid for OR. 9-3 would be really good. Obviously, they have potential to get a 10-2, but I don't give them... I don't think they would be able to get 10-2. But yeah, G2, they are struggling. They're really struggling to find their ground. And again, it's an offense-sided map, so G2, they should be looking for 3-9, 4-8 going into the next half. That's a good amount, but as close as possible is, of course, ideal. But even still, like, this is a team that, you know, shouldn't be looking at, okay, 4-8 would be good, okay, 5-7 would be good. Like, G2 should not be the team that has to look at that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it shouldn't be G2 that's having to decide that. So it's definitely a tough spot for G2 to be in, to have to accept a disadvantage going into the second half of any map. With Lotus, it's a little bit more understandable because, again, it's an offense-sided map. But it does mean G2 is having to accept that OR is playing at the level of G2. Like, G2 has to accept that OR is playing just as good as them, despite it being OR, who is at the bottom of challengers coming into this. They're doing pretty well against G2. And, you know, it's not like OR hadn't won a single map in Split 1. They did win, I believe, 3 maps, which still is not great, but it is maps. And that being said, the maps that they got up on, or the teams that they got maps up on, were not great teams. But regardless, like, they did show a little bit of potential. And now that OR has brought in these 2 new players, who, you look at this right now, both of those 2 new players are on the top of the leaderboard for OR. Clearly, those were some good picks here. I'm not entirely sure what's taking so long. I'll turn up this volume to see if they know.
I think one of the rounds that they won, actually, was because Oxy got an opening frag.
I imagine it's that Observer lagging a little bit, which we did see on the cam.
But I think now that OR Esports just threw a wrench in things by actually going for a fast B play, now all of a sudden, if you're G2, you're really kind of wondering what to prioritize early, because OR's getting you so many different looks. And it also just might be a composition you weren't prepared to play against.
I think there's probably a lot in that sentence right there, just with Physic coming out with the Gecko, Harbor with the Viper, always a problem, but even more so maybe on this map. We are hearing that this pause could be a little bit of a lengthy one, though, so we will send things over to a brief break.
All right.
Brief break, I should say. When we come back, we'll resume round number 9. 6-2 up, OR Esports in map number 3. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean, I was stalling for so long just to get into the... I guess we can go back to the ranked, which I did not finish. I'll turn this down a little bit. So I got through clip 1. Let's take a look at clip 2 here with the interesting music. I just don't know what his opponent is doing here. Okay, it's a duel. His opponent takes ball control. And I think he had boost there as well, so that's just weird. Like this, I would say, because of the movement tech, I would say it's like flat, but like realistically, like yeah, I'll go with flat here. No shot. Okay, apparently I don't know Rocket League as well as I thought maybe I did. Again with the music. Is it the same guy or something? Same match? Let me see this. Wow. I mean, I'll go grand champion. Nah, I'll go champion. I'll go champion. You know what? I don't even play Rocket League, but clearly I know Rocket League ranks better than I know Valorant. That's it's crazy. Let's see. What other games do they have? Overwatch 2. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we can try chess, but I'm not very good at this, so I'm not doing this. My brain's gonna hurt. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sort of running out of stuff here. I guess we can take a look here as I start to get a headache from this. Oh, they still haven't put the new players on. Come on. Come on. Oh, wait. I can get around this. Bam. Bam. Alright, let's just take a look at Pancake's, how he's been playing. He has a really short career here. Yeah, he's a pretty solid player. You know, he's not yay, or you know, he's not gonna just completely dominate challengers or anything like that. Yeah, I like this. Alright. Let's take a look at physique. Yeah, he's a more extensive history. He's a little bit of a more experienced player, it looks like. Yeah, he looks, you know, he's not played for any tier 1 teams, but he does still look like a really strong player. I think these are good pickups by OR. Obviously, you know, they probably just don't have the money for, like, you know, some really nice pro players. I think Disguise got really lucky, able to pick up Yay, you know. But, you know, for the most part, coming into this, there's not going to be a whole lot of teams or players available to be picked up. And so OR has to go for those, like, lower level players. But, I mean, it's a good pick here. I am, running out of stuff to talk about, so I don't know, maybe I'll go to a break too. I don't really want to. Oh, you know what we can do? Take a look at the clips from maybe the
biggest jinx in the world. Watching with Tarek is terrible. He's like the biggest jinx in the world.
I guess he was watching with Tarek. Yeah, let's just take a look at any of the clips we have so far. Yeah, let's take a look.
Zeldris gets a double, and all of a sudden OR Esports start to clean things up until Whippy lines them all.
They still lost that round, but yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, OR was really strong on Haven, but there were still some, like, okay, that should have been a clutch, or like, okay, that should have pulled through for his team. And then nobody was able to really cash in on it, and it's just disappointing to see. Because it shows, like, yeah, okay, OR has that potential. They just haven't been able to cash in on that potential.
That recon bolt flowed in, nearly got his head taken off because of it. Oxy on the back. Oh, but Nilly in the corner. Oh, Nilly! How about it?
Yeah, that I think I got out of my seat for that. That was also a moment. That was one of the few moments where, like, OR was able to pull through really strong. With just one of their players. This was just stupid.
All of a sudden, but they could be coming right into Oxy's open hands. The welcome wagon of the judge gets the triple.
Like brain dead judge player.
Brutal. Just that's I don't know how to
apparently
describe
that gets you through this.
You could see it playing out as they were moving into position. You saw him shifting over.
Boom.
And he was coming to ropes.
I mean, that boom pack there as well, throwing it into vents, made him think that, like, he was trying to get away, or like he was backing up off of vents. but he was not. He was not. Oxy was still there with that judge. But yeah, we are in a little bit of limbo, and I've run out of stuff to talk about. So I will, I guess, take a quick break until they're back. We'll go. I don't know. I've run out of stuff to talk about, so. When game starts. Alright, here we go. There you go. Alright, I'll be back when this starts back up.
welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the delay, but we are back, loaded in, and
All right, it looks like we're back. You know, bit of a break there. I still think it was probably the Observer or whoever was hosting the Observer was having some issues. And G2 takes a timeout. Interesting to start it off. Is that real? Is G2 really taking a timeout to start off their defense?
Unbelievable. 5 in a row for OR Esports.
Is that not like a bug or something? G2's taking another timeout?
First time we've seen Gecko in NA challengers.
I don't believe it. This has to be a bug. Okay, come on. It looks like they're actually taking a timeout. That is that's interesting. Yeah, you rarely, if ever, see 2 timeouts used in the first half. Not entirely sure why they're. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, OR is probably going to take the advantage. And if there's a side you want to use 2 timeouts on, it's probably your defense, knowing that your offense will most likely be stronger than your defense because offense is a stronger. Sorry, I need to like get back in the mode. Offense is stronger on Lotus because it's an offense-sided map. So if you're going to use 2 timeouts on a side, it should probably be defense. But even then, I wouldn't necessarily do it, just in case you are struggling on your offense. But G2 uses 2 timeouts here. I disagree with that choice. And you know what? It is what it is. And G2 gonna be on a save. They did just lose a round where they had forced a buy. I'm trying to remember exactly what happened. It's been a minute or 30. So now we're gonna get into it here after a very long break, very lengthy break. We're back. We're getting into it. I didn't do anything interesting in the break. I just browsed Twitter. So now we're gonna get into it, and OR still on this offense. Just need to, I guess that timeout or that tech pause is good for a little bit of a mental reset. Maybe give G2 a little bit of a confidence boost, or on the contrary, prevent OR from getting a little too overheated. I don't know. We'll see how it does end up going. Ooh, a good grenade there. Some good util usage gives OR a little bit of a scare, so they back up. They're gonna go towards B. They send that Harbor ult to allow them to gain some vision in the process. Wingman gonna go down with a spike. Physic gonna try and defend him, and he's gonna be able to. That Harbor orb goes down to continue that process of protecting that spike. Now 2 are gonna be coming in for the flank. Now again, it's a save round here for G2. A little bit of a save and light buy with the stingers. Dapper is able to find a pick already. Trades are actually coming through, so it's gonna remain a 3v3. But again, the gun advantage is not there for G2, and although it was a 3v3 at one point, slowly took down those players, and by slowly I mean pretty quickly, OR prevented G2 of any hope of winning that save. And now we're gonna push through. OR continuing to win these offensive rounds. It looked like G2 was gonna have a decent defense, especially because OR won the pistol round, but then lost the round after that without G2 even having to force. And then G2 won the round after that because, of course, they had the econ advantage there. And so I was starting to think, all right, maybe G2's got this. We've just seen OR win 6 in a row. It's starting to look really, really shaky here from G2, at least on their defense. Obviously, it's an offense-sided map. You're not expected to gain the advantage, or the round advantage, or the lead going into the next half. But, you know, you still want to put up a decent performance. You don't want it to be dominant. But so far, it's been dominant from OR. G2 should just be looking for, at the very least, 3-9 would be okay. 2-10 may be, is even better. Ooh, that's the first time we've seen this Gecko ultimate actually hit a player, and it does, and it's going to be good to allow this entry onto site to take place. Wingman going to be able to place the spike, is what I would have said if Wingman was able to place the spike, but he is stopped in his tracks as that orb gets shot out just a little bit too soon, and this is what we're saying. If you can't defend Wingman, oh, the detain, not going to be able to defend it either, although pushing out, OR definitely not expecting it, but I guess the spike doesn't even have to go down, as OR going to secure this round as well. 2 players left alive. This round Goes to OR, and now we're moving 2 rounds left in this half. We're going into a round where it doesn't look like G2 will be able to buy, because they want to be able to save for their final round in the half. And we could be looking at a really solid performance here for OR, although it's looking like G2's forcing here, which is a decision I don't agree with. You haven't been able to secure rounds where you are both on a full buy, so why would you be able to secure rounds where you don't have as good of guns? I don't know. It's an interesting choice here, but that's definitely a decision that would have been probably made during that timeout we saw right before the tech pause, or right after the tech pause. That's probably a decision that went through. You know, it is interesting when you have such a long break. I mean, that was almost, you know, an entire game's worth of time. Probably not that long, but you know, a good like 20 minutes. That's a good break. So, you know, to get back in that mindset of like, okay, we're in a game, definitely going to be difficult here for OR to do, but they should still be able to get this going solid. That Omen ult comes through. Vision is pretty much denied though, as that ult is immediately destroyed. And for those of you that don't know, Omen's ult and the vision it gains is progressive, meaning the longer that ult is present, the more vision that Omen can gain. And in this case, denied pretty quickly, so it's only able to see pretty much about an inch in front of him. So he's not going to gain too much vision there. And that's why G2 doesn't start rotating towards A. But some good util usage there. Going to start the push into A. But now they're going to back up and start a push into B. The Nanoswarm, though, going to destroy Wingman, who was going for the plant. Shazam going to be able to take out Physic. Now they know that that spike is down as well, because when that Wingman does get taken out, spike goes down. And there's actually time for OR to run it over to A. And I don't think G2 knows that this is what's happening here. And they just assume, all right, let's stop this plant. And now it's down on A. So it's going to be a 2v4. Still really well performed here from G2. I was questioning the decision to force, and it did pay off. Nilias does get spotted. Now there is a judge on Oxy here. Or not on Oxy. I forget who it was on. Somebody did have a judge. Maybe it was Oxy and he got taken out. But now it is down to Pancakes. They know where he is as well. Not going to be able to win it. Almost, but peaks a little bit too far up. So G2 does secure another round. Could they be looking to get 4-8 going into the next half? And try and give them a good edge to do well in their offense? We'll see. Looks like OR is still going to perform pretty dominantly on this offense. But again, this is what you expect from the offense of Lotus. Or the offense on Lotus. And G2 will not be able to full buy once again, but they also weren't able to full buy on that previous round, on the 11th round, which they did win. And so, yeah, it's a little bit of it's interesting there, to say the very least. Now, there is an ult for OR to use this round, and G2's not really close to one. Oxy may be close to one, could push out and try and get that ult orb up on a site, but I don't know if that's what's going to happen. As it's hard for the defense to grab those ult orbs. Dapper going to push so far up here, but it looks like they're... Oh my god, they are entirely ready for that. No hope of Dapper getting a nice kill there. OR was entirely ready for that possibility. And now the player advantage is going to be in the hands of OR. They have to figure out how they want to push this. Are they going to commit to C? Are they going to transfer maybe through door to B? How do they want to play this? There is some good... that Viper util is going to prevent the push into C. But the Showstopper comes through now. A little bit of an interesting time to use it. I think... I don't know if that was the best choice. And now Wingman going to go for the plant. I doubt they're going to be able to destroy this Wingman plant on C this time. Although every single time that OR has tried to plant Wingman on C, it has been destroyed. Nilia's lurking here. Not going to get cleared out by the orb. Not going to get flash either. So they still don't know Nilias is there. And he peeks out just in time. Able to find one and another. Oxy able to find one before he goes down. But that does mean the lead in players that OR has had this whole time is going to maintain. And they're going to find this round. So it's going to go 9-3. Can G2 get the curse on their side? We'll see. I mean, the curse is there for a reason. It's because it does tend to happen. I don't know if it'll come out here, though, for G2. They do need to put up a good offense, and we know they can. But we also saw how good OR's defense was on Haven. And although Lotus is not Haven, it is still a 3-site map, so it has similar properties. So we'll see if OR's defense can pull through here. They only need 4 defensive wins to the 9 defensive win or offensive wins that G2 needs to pull through to get to 12. 10 total rounds G2 needs to win in this half in order to get a win here without it going to overtime, assuming there's no overtime. So it's a real struggle here that G2 is going to have to pull through. And if OR can just push through a little bit here, they may be able to get it. But the first step will be, if G2 can secure this pistol round, if they can get this pistol round, this could be the start of a good comeback for them. Or will OR deny any hope of a comeback by winning this pistol round? Because of how offense-sided this map is, and the reason it's offense-sided is because of how quick the offense can rotate, whereas the defense on this map can't rotate very easily. And so in response to this, in this pistol round, OR does get a little bit of contact on C and immediately completely rotates over to C. Unfortunately, that is a bad choice. Now Samuto going to go into A here, and OR now going to realize, oh, we made a mistake. They're going to rotate pretty long. It's a long way that they're choosing to rotate through defense spawn. You could go through B and then through breakable, and it might be a little bit quicker, and you may be able to do some more damage there, but that's not what happens here. So it's going to be a 5v5, but G2 has had that spike, or had the opportunity to get that spike down, and a post-plant, or a retake here for the defense on A in a 5v5 is going to be difficult. Physic takes out Oxy to start this retake. Not quite able to take out Penny. Nyliaz will be able to trade that off, though, so the player advantage will remain here. They do have to clear tree. Start of that clear, not really going to be done well here. Maybe able to. The spike's just going to get defused. They're able to just stick it. Those in tree not going to deny it. And Dapper alone in a 1v2, but decides not to peek out, and OR secures the pistol round. That is big, because they should be able to get another round off of it. If I'm G2, I'm forcing here. Let's be honest, it's an offense-sided map. You may be able to secure the round, and you cannot let G2 get to that 11th round, because that would, or you can't let OR get to that 11th round, because that would be disastrous. And we talked about it before. I'll say it again. In order for OR to have hope of qualifying for playoffs, they need to beat either G2, Moist Moguls, or the Guard here in this group, in addition to FaZe and Mad Lions, assuming they can beat those players. And beating G2 to start it off, not only does that make a statement that, hey, we've made this player change and it's a good one, but it also does give OR some hope that maybe playoffs is possible for them. And they already got a huge win they may need. They now know G2's forcing, but they also should have been able to call that. And this plant's going down, so in response, the grenade is thrown out to the typical plant for main, but that is not where it's being planted. So he will get away with his life, but Oxy does get finished off by Pancakes as he is Flash trying to get away. Zeldris takes out Whippy as well, so now it's going to be a 3v5, and it's looking like this round not going to go well for G2. OR, Zeldris going to be able to take out Shazam and Dapper. It's down to Penny, though. This spike's just going to be stuck once again. No close plant going to be able to be played there, and OR secured the 11th round. This is really bad for G2. I know I said they should have forced, and I think that was a good choice, but because they didn't secure the round, their econ's going to be low. So they can either choose to continue to try and force rounds, or they can let OR get to the 12th round and then hope they can make an incredible comeback. And it looks like they're going to force here. And this is a decision I agree with. This is absolutely a decision I agree with. They know OR is probably going to be on a bonus round. They know it'll probably be an easy win if they decide to try and force here, but an early pick from Zeldris is not going to be good. But forcing here for G2 will be a difficult choice here. It's going to put them in a difficult position, because if they lose this, then OR will be on that 12th round, and they'll have really good guns, and G2 won't really be in a position to defend, because their econ will be in a bad spot. So G2 needs to secure this round. They're already down a player, which does not bode well for them. But in their I guess in their favor, one of the players they did lose did have a sheriff. 2 of their players did go for the sheriff, and so one of their players that did die was Dapper, who did have that sheriff. Post plant will be a little bit harder for them, but they did lose a player that they were okay with losing. But that does mean that Shazam, Oxy, and Whippy, who have guns, are really gonna have to pull through here. We'll see if they're able to. They decide to rotate over to B. Nilia is able to find 2 coming in from that upper position. Physic gonna take out Penny, and now Whippy alone. And I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna call it. I think OR's gonna win this. I think they're gonna win 2-1 against G2, and I don't think it's gonna be a close decider either. I think OR's gonna dominate on Lotus against G2. This could be one of the biggest upsets in Challengers. G2, who has beaten the Guard, who beat the Guard in midseason, finished after midseason in 3rd overall. They're coming in here hoping that they can compete for top 2, maybe even that top spot. And they're going to start off split 2 horribly, because it looks like OR may be able to beat them here. It looks like OR are going to go for another, a little bit of a bonus here, which could be good for G2. G2's going to have to force here. Your opponent's at 12. You have to force. You can't really save, because there's no point. If you lose, you lose. That's it. There was no point in saving your econ. So, G2 is going to have to play a little bit weirdly here.
Oxy trying to get in towards C. Dueling Vipers, Toxic Screen.
But because OR hasn't decided to completely force their guns, G2 could be in a good position to win this round. And if they can, it could be a good start to their econ. They might be able to pick up guns from OR. But if OR can do some good, get some good kills off on G2, even if G2 wins, it could continue to put them in a bad spot econ-wise. The door is open, so the threat of rotating over to B is imminent. So OR is getting ready for that potential, and it is coming through. And they see that door open again, and now they pretty much know it's a B rotate. Now the util's coming through. The spike's going down, and now OR has to play this retake. Now in G2's favor, a retake on B is difficult, to say the very least, but we also have seen OR execute these retakes really well here, and well-timed as well. Actually trying to prevent that, pushing through that CT position there, not going to be able to deny Nilias, who finds the pick. Penny able to deny the push from Zeldris, but Nilias and Physic each return with a kill of their own. It's now a 4v2. The spike is just going to be held. G2, you have to push. You have to go. You have to prevent that plant. They're doing it. They're doing it. Dapper finds another. Now it's a 2v1. Nilia's kind of low on health with 42 HP. The spike is half, though. May be able to just stick it. Not quite, though. Dapper is able to clutch it up, and it looked like it was not going to go in the way of G2. They were down. It was a 2v4, and OR could have just stuck it, but they didn't. And that allowed G2 to get that round. However, OR did kill the majority of G2's players. And although G2 will be able to full buy here, the shield diff will be there. And there's going to be a Bulldog for Penny, so it's not a complete full buy. So that econ damage that G2 has endured is still prevalent. OR has 2 ults as well. This could very easily be the last round for G2. And, I mean, I gave OR a 25% chance of winning Lotus here. I did not think it was going to go their way at all. But it looks like OR was like, hey, you performed really dominantly against us on Split. Let's do it on Lotus. And it looks like that might be what we're seeing here. Now, again, it's an offense-sided map. Potential for a comeback could be true. But it's just not looking at all possible. It's a real uphill battle here for G2. That op on Zeldris could be very, very deadly. And G2, once again, threatening C. We've seen this happen a few times where these teams on offense do threaten C. But Zeldris has that op. Now, G2 doesn't know that, but they still decide not to do very much threatening or push too aggressively. They do back up. The OR, Physic are going to be using that util there. I'm not entirely sure what that ability is called. The little flying guy, the flash. I'll just call it his flash. Does go up, and it doesn't spot anyone, which does allow OR to know that G2 could be moving off of C. And now they've started to send some back to A. They actually completely left A open, which could be in G2's favor, but getting a whiff that it might be an A hit, the lockdown comes out, and now that this breakable has been destroyed, Pancake's gonna survive that boom bot. The reload, though, so Oxy's gonna be able to find the kill on Pancakes. Ooh, a really awkward spot there. Still, Oxy's not going to die. Is down to 21 HP. The lockdown's down, or it's not in effect anymore. Oh, the spike's been dropped. 7 left. They need to pick up the spike. They've got 4 seconds left. The spike is barely not going to go down in time. And even if it was, the kills were just going to come through. OR has taken their first ever match, and it's a dominant one against G2 Esports. One of the biggest upsets I've seen in North American Challengers. I am in awe of how on Earth OR was able to win this. Not only did they win this against G2, the decider was not close. We didn't know what to expect from OR. We hadn't seen them on it. We knew G2 wasn't the best on it. They'd been a little shaky, but we also didn't know necessarily what to expect. Definitely not this, though. This debut match for Physic and Pancake for OR was a good one. They proved themselves to be an impressive opponent and that they were really going to try and pull OR through here. And they've done it. They are really making a statement. It's week 1 of Split 2, and they've already made it through here. I'm impressed. That's all I have to say. I'm hungry. I'm going to go eat. That was a long tech pause, so I don't really have time to talk. I'm disappointed with how Disguise played for the first series today. I want to see them improve, and I think they have that potential to improve as these weeks go on. But on the flip side, I don't know what I just watched. OR took the win. I'm unbelievably surprised here. I think had it been their old team comp, sorry, I'm like blowing into the mic. I think had it been their old team comp before this player change, I don't think this would have been possible. But bringing in these 2 new players, they were able to pull through. I am impressed with OR. I'm excited to see how they do for the rest of Split 2. Will they be able to qualify for playoffs and make a bit of an underdog performance here? We'll have to wait and see. That's going to be it for me, though. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down. See if you're subscribed. If you aren't, thank you so much. If you aren't, I hope you consider it. And I'll see you all next week. Bye.